to turn it on?
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. No, keep the chair. Yeah. 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 Sorry? Yes, because some more people might be coming, right? Yeah, so. Okay, great. So pleasure to have you all. And
يسرني حضوركم اليوم معنا جميعا.
I'll introduce myself.
سوف أقدم نفسي أولا وبذلك.
Before we jump into today's presentation, today's presentation is more of a roundtable setting. So we'll be asking some open-ended questions, we'll be sharing some insights, and the topic of today is about building a future-ready workforce. So how can you prepare for Vision 2030 and beyond in terms of the right skills, the right talent, upskilling your existing talent, and also hiring the future generations. So maybe just to introduce myself, my name is Omar. I'm a customer success manager at LinkedIn. I work closely with the government sector across both Saudi and the UAE. And I help customers be more successful with the products that they have on the hiring front. So everything to do with recruiter, with jobs, with their employing branding, and so on. I'll hand over to Yara.
Thank you, Omar. My name is Yara. I'm leading the customer success team at LinkedIn. So my team is responsible to support all our strategic partners to recruit top talent and develop top talent that they have in the organization. So today's roundtable is really us sharing some of the data points about the skills in Saudi, the skill gaps that we see, the movement, whether in terms of developing green skills, developing women empowerment, or even AI skills, and hear from you more about this as well. Let's start maybe in an introduction. I think we have the mics if you want to introduce yourself. Also, thank you for our joiners from the audience. If you have any questions as well, we're happy to take any questions. It's really an open discussion where we have a lot of data points to share, but also welcoming your valuable inputs.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name's Elaine Grell, and I work for Ogilvy, which is a marketing and communications agency. My role is Chief People Officer for EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. We have a global footprint, but we have a presence here in Saudi. We have an office in Riyadh and in Jeddah. And we also have a number of other markets across the Middle East.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. This is Mayada Al-Khudair. I am the HR Director in King Abdulaziz Hospital, Ministry of National Guard. My current role now, I'm covering the Department of HR, Government Relation, Recruitment, Manpower Services, Monitor, Attendance, like 7 sections under my direct supervision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. This is Abdullah Al-Bayz. I'm the Cybersecurity Human Capital General Manager in the National Cybersecurity Authority. Basically, our role, our scope is to develop and monitor the cybersecurity workforce development and on the national level, to study and observe the talent gap and suggest initiatives, strategic initiatives, how to build the talent, how to bridge the gap, and how to make our nation is cybersecurity capable. That's basically it.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Hello everyone. This is Walid Ali. I'm the Chief Business Excellence Officer at Sirar by STC, covering the HR function and shared services sectors as well. I joined Sirar by STC 3 years ago. Before that, I was part of the group company, STC Group, as the General Manager of Learning Development, then General Manager of HR Services and HR Partner. Prior to STC, I used to work with Cisco International and Ericsson as well. Most of my experience in HR and sales.
Great, thank you, Ali. All right, thank you everyone, pleasure to meet you all. So we'll start with the presentation, and I'll hand over to Yara to just quickly talk about the agenda for today, and then we'll jump into a bit of the insights.
Sure. So as mentioned before, our purpose of today is to share with you some insights, specifically supporting the skills and the vision of 2030 in Saudi, the jobs that we see in the rise globally and locally as well, to see also if you see that internally in your organizations. Then we'll talk about the AI revolution. We know this is coming to all of us. It's new for all of us. We had the roundtable before. about this as well, talking about some of the AI skills that we can develop maybe internally, some of the AI skills that we have to recruit from other organizations. We'll move then to green and sustainability skills. It's top of mind, although this is not the industry of any of our roundtable esteemed guests, but I know that this is top of mind for globally and also locally as well. We'll touch base also about women empowerment and female empowerment, representation in the workforce, and how this is going to support the skills gap and building the economy of the future.
Great, yeah. So maybe just to jump into the discussion. So as mentioned, we'll start first with talking about the skills. And the first point we wanted to mention, as you see in the chart, this shows, as time goes by, what is the percentage change in skills needed for any single job. And what we've seen is since 2015, we've seen that the skills needed in any single job have actually increased by about 24%. So even if you're not changing jobs, the job itself is changing within your day-to-day activities. We were seeing a lot more people leveraging AI. The type of skills themselves have become more digitalized and so on. And we expect by 2030 up to 60% change in the skills that you have. So that's why it's important for us when we think about the skills that the employees have, that we're always upskilling them, helping them work on developing new skills to stay up to date. And that helps the business succeed at the end of the day. And of course, a big part of that is being driven by AI, by the new trends of seeing ChatGPT and generative AI and so on. And that's something that we're trying to keep up with in terms of sharing how can you build that skill and how can you hire the people that have the relevant skill set in that sector.
And we can see the change is exponential. Like we saw 24% since 2015, but we're expecting the AI revolution to really exponentially change that.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think maybe just to double click a bit more on the trends we're seeing within AI, we've seen more than 20 times an increase in jobs that mention AI technologies. So things such as ChatGPT and so on since November 2022. So this is just less than a year ago. The other thing we've also seen is a lot more people are increasingly adding skills such as GAI or prompt engineering. How well can you speak with the actual chatbot to get the result you need every single month? So that's a very big percentage, and that's a skill that people are adding on their own LinkedIn profiles once they complete a course or once they try practicing a bit more with those different chatbots. And at the same time, we've seen an almost 9 times increase in the number of AI skilled members. So those are people working in fields related to AI, either at tech companies or government entities or other companies overall since January 2016. So those are some of the trends globally that we've seen in terms of how is AI reshaping the landscape of jobs, reshaping the landscape of skills. And if we were to go a bit deeper into what have we seen actually for Saudi Arabia, we have surveyed around 1,500 respondents in the kingdom, asking them how they feel about AI. And about 80% of them have mentioned that they are hearing more and more, they are using or realizing that AI will significantly change the way they work. So almost 80% are seeing the impact already, despite ChatGPT only coming out last year, for example. At the same time, around 60% of them are already using it in their day-to-day activities. Some employees we've seen, don't outright say it. If they've used it to help draft an email or help brainstorm about something, they will use AI. There is maybe a bit of concern about saying I used AI to do this skill or that step, but it is becoming more and more acceptable, especially as people become more proficient at using that tool. And the last part, of course, with all the change that's coming, a lot of the employees do feel overwhelmed. It's something that we were not ready for yet. A lot of the different topics that we hear, abbreviations, new ideas and businesses that are coming out just from using those different AI tools, that is reshaping the future. So there is that sense of excitement, but also a bit of overwhelming experience for some of the employees that want to stay up to date and upskill themselves in those areas. Great. So if I were to talk a bit more about, okay, we talked about how the jobs are changing, what's happening in that specific area. Every year, LinkedIn launches something called the top 15 jobs. They launch it on a country-by-country basis. And they look at what are the top in-demand jobs that are going to be in demand for that specific year. So if we look at the chart here on the slide, you see that it's very different types of roles. The first one, for example, patient care, that relates to healthcare, for example, and people in that specific field. The fourth one, health and safety, has to do with following the specific regulations, being on top of anything that has to do with the policies of being working in factories or anything along those lines. Maybe the one that is surprising for some of you might be number 10, content creator. With all the new social media coming up, brand engagement, people wanting to build that loyalty, we've seen that become one of the top roles that companies are hiring for, because it's a much more efficient way of reaching a marketing campaign or reaching the target audience you want to see, specifically with the rise of, for example, TikTok with Gen Z or other platforms for influencers or content creators. So that's a bit on for Saudi. Those are the top 15 jobs. What? Yeah. Absolutely. So it's it's also depending on how many industries require this specific type of job. This is measured based on how many people are hiring for this specific job title on LinkedIn within Saudi Arabia, and that's how we were able to build that kind of aspect. But that is to say that, for example, things to do with IT or with data science or with AI, they are in demand. The talent is very scarce, or it's still being built in the kingdom. And that could be why, for example, maybe it's not yet in the top 15. But very quickly, and we'll cover this in some of the later slides, we look at where is the supply-demand gap. Do we have a lot of data scientists in Saudi or not? What is the demand for them, and so on. So I wanted to ask one of the first question, which is, we looked at the top 15 jobs across the kingdom. Within your own organizations, what could be the top roles that you're now hiring for 2024? Is there one specific job that you're looking for, or a specific type of skill that involves in this specific job title?
So we are Sirar by STC, so we are specialized in cybersecurity services and solutions. So definitely our top skill is going to be in cybersecurity domain. However, to cope with the change that going on the markets and the trends, one of the skills that we introduce to all employees, especially in the entry level, is the digital mindsets, right? We know that the AI is coming, whether we like it or not. So let's take advantage of this and use it in the right way. We know there is a dark side of AI, and that's what we are trying to educate our employee by setting such a KPI on them. We're not preventing you from using AI, but there is a protocol that you need to follow, there is a skill that you need to be aware of, and there is a way to get the positive side of the AI. So that's one of the things that we did in Sirar by STC.
Thank you, Walid.
And how are you educating the people about this AI protocol?
A couple of ways. Awareness, communication, very important steps to do this, and regular discussions between the manager and the employee. But on top of that, how to educate the manager. Yeah. We always, or at least I say that each manager is an HR manager, right? So I don't want the manager to go to the HR and ask the HR to educate my employees. No, you should go and educate yourself in order to help your employees to acquire such a skill.
Nice. And is the IT departments helping in that? IT department or the chief technical information?
The IT department play a big role in this by explaining what's required, however, and educating the managers. But at the end of the day, it's a manager role to educate their employees. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, please. Let me
Thank you. I just wanted to say the content creator resonates with our industry particularly, which is obviously marketing and communications. And that's where we're seeing a lot of demand from our clients. It's a difficult one to find talent with this expertise because it's quite new. And often the people who are great content creators are not working permanently for one organisation. They're quite independent. and they're free in the way in which they approach work. So it's up to us to encourage them to come and work full-time for an organisation, and we do that by promoting the broader benefits so they get by working with Ogilvy, which is primarily the opportunity to get exposure to different types of work, different types of clients, work with different markets in the region and also around the globe, which we're finding a lot of the younger talent particularly want that connection and that feeling to something a bit bigger than the role that they're doing themselves.
If I may add to this, to be honest, I'm not surprised to see the content creator skill. This is what we call it today, the soft power of sending the message to all audiences. When we started Sarab STC 3 years ago, our vision is to be the #1 cybersecurity enabler in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and beyond. So one of the most important tools that we use is the communications and the marketing, right? So LinkedIn platform, for example, helped us a lot. Alhamdulillah, last year we have been nominated as a Talent Insight Awards, competing with giant organizations such as Aramco and HCI Group. And that was something really good for us to promote Sirar name in the market. Alhamdulillah, today Sirar is well known in the cybersecurity domain, and that's because of the soft power which came from the content creation stuff.
Nice.
Great.
We need to work with Ogilvy.
So it will be the same case for us. I mean, since it's a cybersecurity organization, we focus more on technical skills. But I would say with the notion of the newly released regulations about the data governance, I would say data governance role is one of the most demanded roles in maybe recently, in addition to the data office specialists and things related to the data. Which is really very important because, as Mr. Walid mentioned, that we need to educate people how do they deal with the data. It's very critical and important when it comes to the privacy of the organization and privacy of the data for the people who are. I mean, most of the organizations, they collect data from different sources, and also we have an open data needs to be released for people, for them to benefit from that source of data. But all of this needs to be regulated, and it comes with the right controls to make sure that we don't violate people's privacy.
100%.
From our side, as a health sector, really, I was surprised that the patient care technician was #1, because really there is high demand for this position, but we don't have that many graduates, because most of the graduates are bachelor degree, and the position is required diploma degree. So really we face high challenge hiring on this position in terms of skill and even the education requirement. So far, recently, we are moving forward because some of specialized hospitals like Al Musa Hospital and also the Saudi Council, they create some program that really can help to qualify the employee, even with different background, like different bachelor degree. They would study again to have the needed diploma, then we are hiring. So there is an increase, but really it was surprising that it's the #1 on the list. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, please.
Of course.
I think the one role I wasn't surprised to see was talent acquisition. I think not just for this market, but around the world, I'm definitely seeing that is a role that's in demand. I think we're all facing the challenge of needing to find really great people in very short amounts of time. So I think it's good to see that up there, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the great insights. And this is something, of course, that does change year on year. So maybe the top roles this year are different the next year. But the thing that we also look at beyond just the job titles, also the skills. So one of the things we wanted to cover is actually what are the top in-demand skills across the kingdom. And again, this is also based on what are the skills that people are adding to their profiles. So that's how we measure the fastest growing skills. But then the ones when we look at what is most in demand, what are the jobs that are being posted on LinkedIn mentioning for those different roles. And one thing that's interesting, despite of course, the digitalization, the technical skills that are required, but you see that the top two skills are actually soft skills. So communication and leadership. What's most important and what helps the business succeed is people who can work in teams, who can lead, who can communicate effectively. Even if they're engineers or coming from a technical background, you still need to lead that organization when you're in a manager position or higher. So that was one of those surprising things that we've seen, and it's not only specific to Saudi, it's something we've seen as well on the global scale. Those soft skills, which are sometimes difficult to come across from a CV or a resume, you actually need to meet that person face to face, get a sense of what are they like, in order to see if they're a great fit or not. So those have been the two top in-demand skills, as well as if we look at the fastest growing skills, we see things such as problem solving, teamwork, interpersonal, but of course we do see the analytical skills. So that aspect of, can you do that data analysis if you're working in data science or if you're working as a consultant of some role or in a technical capacity. So those are some of the areas where we've seen as well, there is that technical aspect. Is anything surprising to you from these top five skills? Okay.
Actually, from my side, I don't think always communication and leadership is the first. Maybe sometimes the people using communication, we have leadership, but when we speak about leadership, everything is fall and down based on how you lead your organization. And if you really have a good leader, he can help to influence the stuff he's working in, he can create the good culture. I believe everything will depend on the leader, because if there is success, usually the leader will say, this is my team when he is success or have achievement, but if there is failure, he is the first person who will be on plane. So I believe leadership, even for future, I think it will still exist. It's high power because it's affect a big skill of people. And communication, it's also very important skills. Maybe it has been used like what I said, it's like communication skills, but communication skills can help to have a good relationship with good organization, with the investor, with, even it's so deep actually if we will speak about communication. So I'm happy actually to see it at the top, because I think we should focus on it in Saudi Arabia or even outside. Still, communication and leadership is important. Thank you.
Especially like communication encompasses change management. And all of this is a big change that's coming, whether digitalization or cybersecurity, data analyst, or all the growth. So change management, what does it mean to you, for example, in your organization? Like communication, do you see that there's a move towards, like how can you support this big change that's going to happen internally? Maybe communication, leadership, we said.
Yeah, definitely. If you allow me, I can add on to this. So I'm not surprised to see such skills. It's important. It's part of being or introducing a soft power tool in any organizations. About the change management, it should come from top down level, right? So if the top level don't believe in change, the change will never take place in your organizations. Sometimes we pay too much details in change management, which really no need for that, right? I give you a real example that we're applying today. We introduced the strategy of the company, right? Who should execute on this strategy? Your employees, right? You should involve them from the beginning. When we started to build the strategy as an executive team, we literally allocated 1 hour each month to introduce what has been done and listen feedback from our employees, get their insight, get their feedback, let them engage. So after we are done with establishing the strategy, we came to the execution part, we involve those employees. The one from the HR will be working with the people from the IT. The one from the IT will be working with the people from the sales. So those employees, they are the one who establish the strategy and they are the one who execute. And that's how we build the change management, and that's how we derive on our goals and objectives in the organization.
Great, thank you.
Alami, would like to comment on the top skills. Actually, it doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, in the field of cyber and IT, it's quite a dilemma. We focus more on the technical skills, and we have very capable talents who have the technical skills, but when it comes to the soft skills, they are in short. So that's why I would say that communication and problem solving and ethical skills It's very important to those who will be working in technical field, for example, in the field of cyber. Incident responder will need to have problem-solving skills. For those who are working in the information sharing, they will need communication skills. Also, those who are working in the threat intelligence, they will need definitely analytical skills. That's why we focus usually when it comes to technical programs development. We pay attention, and also we leave some parts for the soft skills, because it's definitely will be very beneficial for those who are trained, and also it will increase efficiency and effectiveness.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm loving the fact that those soft skills are at the top of the list. I think it's a bit of a watch out for us all as we think about how we attract talent and then how we screen talent. Because a lot of us are using technology to help screen CVs and so on. It's not going to pick up these soft skills. So somehow we have to find new ways to help people demonstrate their strengths and the softer side so that it comes through in the application process. Otherwise we miss them before we even get to meet them and to see how they actually interact and engage with others.
Yeah.
If may I add something? Actually, I totally agree, because also what we are facing even from human resource, sometimes you are seeing a brilliant or a perfect CV, but when the applicants speak, or even the employee existing applying for promotion or something, really he's very far away. He will show you that he has so many certification in leadership communication. I think what we have as a challenge, applying that knowledge. So it's not acquiring so many CVs to do, to just make your CV perfect. It's really, from my point of view as a HR director, it's needed that they really show their knowledge and the certificate or the soft skill they have. Therefore, sometimes in the interview, we are trying to ask scenario questions to see really how they will judge, how they will communicate, how they will negotiate in order to select the right applicant for the position.
Great, thank you. So it's great to hear those insights on the top in-demand skills. One thing we've put together is a 2x2 matrix. So the 2x2 matrix focuses on two specific areas. How common is the skill? Is it easy to find this skill or not? And how engaging is that skill? So the x-axis is how engaged, or sorry, the x-axis is how common is the skill, the y-axis is how engaging is that skill. And what we try to aim for is the sweet spot. So the sweet spot is you want people to know this topic, there's little information available, it's something that's very engaging but not common to find. So when we mention communication, that's one of those things that people might have it, it's very engaging, but it's not common to have someone who's a great speaker, someone who can get the right message across to a wide audience. The other thing we want to avoid is things that we call, let's say, time wasters. So a time waster is a common skill that's not very engaging that everyone has. So with time, as you upskill your employees, a lot of the skills that used to be in the sweet spot might start moving into time wasters. So if someone is great at, sending an email, using Microsoft Office, with time, it has become now a common skill that almost everyone has. So now we start looking at the sweet spot. Maybe there's some things to do with, someone is really good with prompt engineering with AI. They know how to get a task done much faster because they can use the technology around them, and so on. So what we're aiming for is what are those skills that are very engaging, that are uncommon, that you're trying to look for whenever you're hiring new talent. And that leads me to the next question, in terms of what are the skills that are most in demand for your organization by 2030? We talked in the first question on the jobs more holistically, but when we talk about the skills, we saw that the soft skills are in demand. Is that the same for your specific organization? Is there something else that you're looking for that you consider the sweet spot that's not currently within the talent that you have? Would love to hear your thoughts on this one.
I'm going to repeat what I have mentioned at the beginning, educating the manager. And believe me, I've been working for the last 20 years, and this is the most important tool or factor for any organization who would like to succeed in executing their strategy or any objectives. One of the most obstacles that we face in HR community, I assume everyone, or most of the people here are from the HR, that how the manager take that employees from this level to that level, which require the skills that the company would like to have in the organizations. I would rather to spend 60 to 70 time of my effort as an HR to educate the manager, because he or she will take the lead from my side. So this is the most important tool from my perspective, or factor that I would like to emphasize on in any organization.
And what do you see the manager's skill set that changed? Like 10 years ago or 5 years ago, what would the manager's typical skills be versus now?
To be honest, the digital skills, AI, is evolving. We need to pay attention to it. The report that you just shared explained that the soft skill is still needed and will be needed, right? But we have to engage the digital skills in our booklets and see how we can take advantage of it to move forward.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
Yep.
So when you talk about what shifts we're seeing in leadership and management skills, I think we're definitely seeing an increased demand for more inclusive leadership traits from our leaders. And by that, I mean leaders that are more curious about the people in their teams, so that they can really leverage the diversity that they have and get the best out of them. I think we need leaders that show more empathy, that can truly connect with the individual as a human being, and to understand what their needs and wants, desires are. So curiosity, empathy, and vulnerability. So particularly for the younger generation, they want to see more of you as the person. So yes, they know that you're their leader, their manager, but they want to know, what do you stand for? What's your position on things? And how do you actually foster really good communication, dialogue, collaboration with other members of the team?
Great, thank you.
Actually, I totally agree with what Mr. Walid also stated. It's about still the leadership, because even if, for example, if he's the CEO and I am director, the problem sometimes face in the middle leaders. Sometimes they are not functioning well because they want to satisfy everyone on the team. And the worst part that really I see it recently, they don't care about the growth of the other people working with them. So for example, if I have another opportunity and I lead the organization, there is no person ready to be in charge as succession planning. So I believe from supervisor, manager, director and above, each one is responsible about the team that he's working with. He should really develop them. From my point of view, really, when I see the people that I work with them grow, it's my I feel really so much happy, because I feel that I help them to be the best version of their self. So really, if we have, for example, for each section in human resource or different sector with a great leader, we can really have the highest or excellent performance results. I think this is the challenging that we are facing, especially with old employee, because when we go back, still communication and leadership is important, because the old generation from the staff, they don't believe on skills. And maybe some of the new generation also, they are, like what you said, they are having more certificate, not about applying. So there is challenging between the old generation and the new generation at the same time. So really, I think even as a leadership in a position, it's high challenging how to success with all these different skills.
If I may add,
Yeah.
to make it more practical, how we measure the engagement of the manager in the organization and how they're evolving and developing the employees. We introduced a KPI called employee experience, right? We didn't have a baseline for that, so last year was the baseline to see how each manager or each department contributing toward that employee experience. If you go dig deep on that employee experience KPIs, you will see that it has more into talent management, open communications, open dialogues, learning and development, and so on. So a couple of factors we hear from the employees on that KPI. So each employees will evaluate their managers, and then based on the feedback and based on the outcome or result, we sit with the manager and to discuss the details of it.
It's very interesting, because it seems the sweet spot is leadership, like from everyone on the table. And maybe that's because this will attract the other skills that are needed. Because you touch base on the employee value proposition when you're attracting the content creator, when you're attracting the young generation. There's also obviously retention of the leader. If you invest so much in your leaders or your middle managers, how can you retain them in the organization? I don't know if you want to add anything also.
Yeah, I would echo what did they say, because I would say leadership is very scarce, and very rare talents. I would say it's international level. It's not only national level. It's very difficult to find people who are they have the good experience from technical background, and also at the same level they have a very good experience in leadership and soft skills. We have to find the right metric, how to appoint leadership in very critical positions to make sure that they are leading the organization the right way. What I can notice now, we have a lot of national programs to develop leadership, which reflects the need that or the demand that has been raised. Since the start of the Vision 2030. So we need a lot of capable leaders to lead the way forward. And I would say also there are a lot of organizations, they started their internal leadership programs. For example, in NCA, we have a very good leadership and coaching programs for all the C-level and also for the mid-management level in terms of assessment, in terms of coaching, training and development and job training and rotations which will sharpen their leadership skills.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you everyone for sharing. Very good insights. A big focus on soft skills, which is in line with what we've seen as the top in demand. The other thing we wanted to talk about is more holistically about Saudi in terms of the skills supply-demand gap. What do we see? So if we take it step by step, the first part, of course, just looks at the population size, and then it captures a couple of metrics in terms of how many people have mobiles, how many people have an internet, and how many people are on social media. And for each one, it has a percentage. So some people have more than one phone. That's why we see the percentage is 115%. Maybe one is personal, one is a work phone, and so on. Internet users, almost 100% have access to the internet. And social media, about 82%. And that's something that's been growing with time. More and more people see the importance of being on, those different platforms, not just to connect with others, but also to keep up with the news. So there is that very high penetration when it comes to digital, when it comes to internet, when it comes to mobile access within the kingdom. One thing that is surprising is the audience itself within the kingdom. So what we have in the chart here is the top 10 cities across the kingdom where you can expect whenever you're looking for new talent or you're looking for a particular skill. And of course, we see majority are in Riyadh, Mecca, and the eastern region. But one thing that is surprising is that 60% of the talent actually falls outside those top 10 cities. So maybe you're looking for the right talent, you look at those, the top 3 hubs, Riyadh, Jeddah, Dammam area, and then you stop there and you realize maybe I'm not going to find the skill I want. But in a lot of those cases, there are those other cities outside those 3 main hubs that do have a big portion of the audience. They do have a big skill set that can be leveraged for the need that you're looking for.
Do you have more details on those 62%? Are they outside those 10 cities in Saudi Arabia or maybe abroad? Because that we have lots of scholarship programs where we send our students outside Saudi Arabia.
Yes. So this is in 2 parts. So part of it is, yes, the 60% could be outside the cities we have here, but also the people that go on scholarships or go on the universities in the US, in the UK, and so on. So it's important as well, if we're talking to someone who's working in talent acquisition, when you're doing that search, expand it a bit more. And this is something we'll cover. We have something called the skills-based hiring, where you look at the skill before you look at the job title, before you look at the location, before all of that. You wanted to mention? Yeah.
But unfortunately, the people from Riyadh or Jeddah or Medina, even if you hire them, they will stay for the period that, for example, if our policy that they will remain for 2 years, they will remain 2 years, then you will train them, you will invest in them, then they will go back again.
Yes.
So the sustainability is one of the consideration.
Absolutely. Work-life balance, where the person wants to be located, where they grew up, where their family is, that's also something that is a concern. And we do see most of the new jobs definitely are in Riyadh, but there is that need to service the other regions, as you mentioned, in the healthcare and so on. So it can be a challenge to ask people to relocate. And that's when we start looking at, as Yara mentioned, the value proposition. What are you offering in terms of perks and benefits? What are the things that would have someone actually leave the capital and go to another location? Great. So we talked about this briefly. when we talk about just the audience, we look at as well the skills themselves. And what we have on the right-hand side are what are those top skills in terms of the supply-demand gap. So this goes to how many people actually have this talent, and then how many people are looking for this talent within the job market. Number one, of course, is the data science. Within data science, that has the biggest gap. There are a couple of skills within that stand out, such as data analysis, forecasting, analytics, Power BI, just to name a few. And this is always changing. As new software comes up, as new, let's say, technology is available, we do see that this has been the main one that has seen the biggest supply-demand gap. That is something that universities are working towards building that kind of skill set, all the different courses that can help close this gap a bit more. And this is to start building more of the local talent that can fulfill the needs of the different organizations. So one thing we wanted to also share is when we talk about hiring, at LinkedIn we have something called the skills-based hiring. Whenever someone is maybe a headhunter or fulfilling a certain role, they might go to the hiring manager and ask them what are the top 3 keywords that you want to see in the perfect profile. Maybe there's no perfect profile, but they want those keywords. Could be some certain certifications, could be some certain skill with a program, or it could be even the soft skills we mentioned. So when we talk about that, we do have the 2 trends. Globally, whenever someone uses a skills-first hiring, they expand the talent pool by almost 10 times. So if I go in and say I'm looking for a software engineer, maybe I get 1,000 professionals that have this type of job title. But if I start looking at the level of C++ or Python or those different programs without using the job title, I expand that by almost 10 times. Using that same logic, it also applies when you're looking for women. When we're looking for female empowerment, you increase the talent pool by about 24% when you're using the skills-first hiring. And also the point on bachelor's degree. If you're just searching for people who graduated from a university versus people who might have the skill that maybe did a diploma or something along those lines, it also expands the talent pool by about 10%. When we look at Saudi's numbers, they're also very similar to the global. So about 9 times increase whenever you use skills-based hiring, an even higher increase for women representation when you're looking for specific talent, and also for the workers without bachelor's degree, that expands by about 6%. So this is the benefit of using skills-based hiring, which is something we recommend as LinkedIn. We're not looking for the job title, we're not looking for the certificate, we're looking more to fulfill the skill, and then everything else will fall into place. So that leads me to a bit on the third question, which is what could be some of the challenges you face? Maybe you find someone who has the right skill, but maybe the other requirements, years of experience or anything along those lines, are not there. What are the challenges you face?
Yeah, first of all, I would say that the policies and regulations, which is commonly exist in government and the private sector, it needs time to adapt, changing to the reality, I would say. The second challenge is from the applicant's part. We need to find a very good way how to prove their talents, how to prove their skills. I mean, unless we have the right measure, the right certifications, the right accreditation bodies. Otherwise, we will not be able to discover how to make sure that the applicant has the right skills that we need to fulfill the job.
Great, thank you.
I agree with my colleague on what he said, but I would like to add something from other perspective. How to tackle or avoid such a challenge in the future. This leads me to an important tool, which is building the pipeline of your future talents. This is something that you need it in near future and long term as well. In cybersecurity, the market is you will not find that many employees specialize in cybersecurity skills, and we struggle. I'm sure NCA are aware of this. So from first day we started to build the pipelines. Whenever we introduce or post positions, we meet like 10 candidates, we select one, but the other 9, they are still in our database and they are ranked based on their skills, based on their outcome of interview and so on. So having the right pipeline will help organizations big time to avoid those challenges in the future.
Great, thank you.
From my side, actually, since we are speaking about recruitment, for sure, the first thing come to our mind is the job description. There's education and experience and a skill requirement. And like what you mentioned before, like what if the employee or applicant is not fulfilling the right qualification? Actually, for some position, we have like Saudi Career Development Program. At least if they are met some of the requirement, education and, for example, the English language level, regardless of their experience, we can give them 1 year in job training in order to give them a chance, an opportunity to see if they are succeeded. Then they will change their contract from training contract to permanent contract. So I think this one help us a lot really to attract more talent, skilled people with, for example, no or less required years of experience based on the job description.
Yes, like graduate programs, for example, a lot of our organizations.
I was just thinking about what we'd do to complement that. So I totally agree with what you're saying, that sometimes you want to also identify the potential in somebody. So what can we do to identify their learning agility, for example, or their willingness to collaborate, learn from others? So I think this is a great start, and then we need to just think about how we complement it.
100%.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. The other thing we wanted to cover a bit more is when it comes to the skills, one of the things we talk about a lot of the times is when we're hiring people, we always look outside our organization. But as the organization grows, there are opportunities for internal mobility. Maybe in Saudi, we do see that there is, a lot of demand for a specific talent, so they do switch from one organization to another. But as this becomes more mature, as your organization grows and you become thousands of employees, you start thinking, okay, maybe should I consider retraining or leveraging the skills within my own organization before looking outside? Why do we recommend this? About 50% of all the current employees will require significant upskilling in the next coming years. So that's the first thing we've seen already just from speaking to learning and development professionals, that this is a top priority. We are seeing it with AI, we are seeing it with other technologies, that you do need to continually upskill your own employees as time goes by. The other thing as well is companies that offer internal mobility as an option for their own employees, those employees tend to stay twice as long within those organizations. So if you join an organization where maybe you joined in the finance department, and that's the only thing available to you until you retire, you will most likely leave. But if in the future, you had the skill set of an engineer or a skill set of another kind of background, and that opportunity is available, you can upskill yourself and work on that career path, that could open new doors for you within the current organization. And recruiters that leverage this skill, that look at those with internal mobility or those with the skills-based hiring, are 60% more likely to find a successful hire when they do this kind of step. So one thing to mention is, why do we promote internal mobility? It covers the KPIs that we typically see for leadership. For leadership, they're always reporting things such as the time to hire, the cost to hire this position, are you leveraging an agency or not, the quality of the hire, is this the person the right caliber, and so on. And also the career development. So do we see that person growing in the organization as time goes by? Do they have the right culture, and so on. So these are some of the things that turn the skills crisis actually into an opportunity. You start to see your own employees as opportunities to fill or backfill people who leave, and then you can start hiring externally for the more junior positions if you need to. So that actually leads me to the fourth question, which is, what are some of those skills or what are some of the roles that you would consider internal mobility for versus other roles where you think, no, this doesn't exist within my own organization, I need to hire externally? So what's the balance that you strike for, I need to hire externally, let me post a job or let me start headhunting, versus actually let me open this opportunity to other employees that maybe could shift or pivot into this role?
So a big part of our employee value proposition is career growth. So we would always try to develop and give opportunities to our internal talent, always. And in fact, that's part of the success that we're seeing in our Middle East region. It was just really inspiring for me. I went to our local office on Tuesday and spent the day with our employees there, and just talking to them and hearing the different markets they've worked in and where they've moved to. Because sometimes you may need to move to a different market to get different exposure to different clients, different types of complexity of work. So that's really important. We'd much rather facilitate those moves than lose them to another organisation. I think the other thing that we're doing in relating to AI is a lot of skills conversion internally. So we are really promoting an immersive strategy, because the transformation is really rapid change. As we all know, the technology is moving faster than we can keep up. So we're finding those individuals who have the natural instincts and talent for working with AI, pulling them together as a group across the organisation, and really getting them deeply immersed in the technology, creating content, creating work, and then using the outputs to demonstrate across our business how you can actually put those skills into practice to make better work.
Great, thank you.
To add to what our colleague said, the employee value propositions, very important to be cascaded from the organization strategy, right? This is number one. Number two, we need to walk the talk. When we say that we have value propositions created from the strategy of that, what did you do to deliver that value propositions? When I saw the slide, I was smiling because I got flashback to 2014, 2016 when I used to work in STC group as a general manager of learning and development. We were struggling absolutely to find internal talents to take the leadership positions. And also we were struggling to find a technical people who can lead our technical projects, and we were relying big time on consultants. And also we were struggling on identifying the fresh grads who are willing to join STC at that time. So we were having a struggle with employer branding propositions. And I remember that time we partnered with LinkedIn to promote the future program for fresh grads, and we called it TIP, Talent Incubation Program. But going back to the identifying the future leaders or identifying the future consultant from within the organizations, what we have done, we have introduced two programs, one called High Potential Program, which is a 3 years program where we do an intense screening process across the whole organization to identify who are the employees that have this leadership skills, and we engage them in 3 years programs, and they are the future leader who are going to lead the organization based on our strategy. For the other program, we called it SDP, Special Development Programs, and that's programs identify the future consultants. That program could take up to 7 years to develop a consultant in AI or in cybersecurity or in regulations, or maybe also in HR in a specific area like Kanban bin or org design. So these type of activities that the company should take in order to see the results.
Great, thank you. All right. Very interesting insights, especially with the kind of upskilling programs that you have, and also the opportunities you offer for internal mobility.
It's like we talked about skill-based hiring, but I like how you are all touching base on the potential. So it's like potential-based hiring, whereas if we see potential in you, that's why I want to develop you. And then we need to strike a balance with retention, because how can we retain the people we're investing in that have a lot of potential?
Yeah, and I think there will be times when you don't have the skills in your organisation, so obviously you do need to recruit externally. Yes. So it's how do you find the people that will complement the team that you have and help elevate the team? And one of the things we look for when we're bringing talent into Ogilvy is, are they the type of people that also want to give back? So are they the type of people that want to help and grow and develop others as well? Because it's important that we build the capability. You're bringing it in externally because you don't have it, but then part of their role also needs to help you to build it.
100%. Give back to the organization.
From my experience as well, our organization has high focus on internal mobility. Personally speaking, I has been promoted maybe 4 times within 10 years, from technician to specialist to team leader to supervisor to director, which seems that really the organization are really supporting the people who they believe that they can give benefit and value for the organization and do the necessary change. But if we are going back to our question here, when we can consider for outside, usually outside our consideration is for more entry level, like really sometimes even in terms of salary, even if we post this position for internal competition, people will not apply on it sometime, or maybe they don't have the necessary qualification to apply on it, because actually we have also automated like Manpower Gate. All the position will be announced and the people will go into competition inside it. And some of the technical position, like some of the technical department, sometimes really the inside or the employee inside are not fit for that leadership role. Therefore, sometimes we are considering external hiring.
Okay, great. Thank you for sharing. So we talked on skills, talked on jobs, talked about internal mobility. We'll do another pivot more on green skills. So when you say green skills, we mean everything that has to do with sustainability, with following, the different environmental sustainability goals, the ESGs for short. One of the things we've developed the benchmark for is how does Saudi stand compared to the rest of the world when it comes to green skills. So if we look at the chart, the average, let's say, would be someone who has a number one. Saudi stands at about 24% higher than the average. So what does this mean, the 1.24, or what does it mean when we say the US is at 2.59? It means that on an average job, someone in Saudi is using 24% or 24 higher in terms of the green skills compared to an average job somewhere else in the world. So Saudi is already above the average when it comes to using green skills. It's a big focus of Vision 2030. A lot of the different organizations are making sure that any new projects are sustainable, are zero carbon, are supporting, the reduction of pollution and so on. So that's something great to see. We do have a bit of a deep dive as well on how does it stand for the different industries as well. So already, as we mentioned, Saudi is at about 16% in terms of the concentration of green skills. The global is at about 13%. But if we look on the middle chart, this shows us what are the top industries where we see those green skills being applied. So of course, we see things such as the agriculture industry, the construction industry, oil and gas, utilities, so everything to do with energy, Saudi electricity, and so on, real estate. So those are some of those industries where we see the percentage is much higher compared to the rest, where maybe it's still an up-and-coming topic that they're looking to develop. And when we say green skills, the way we measure it is if a LinkedIn member adds that specific skill explicitly to their profile to say that they've done a course, or they have done a seminar or anything along those lines, or they've studied on their own during university, anything to do with sustainability, that's when we measure that aspect as a green skill. So I know maybe this isn't the area of expertise for everyone, but I also just wanted to hear, have you had this discussion within your own organization? Is this a focus when it comes to hiring new talent, or do you see new roles that focus on sustainability or green energy or so on? Would love to hear your thoughts there.
I think all of us here on the table, LinkedIn included, is part of the lower part of this graph, where it's not core for us as a role.
Yeah, I don't think it's core skills needed for our organization, especially when it's related to cyber and IT. But I used to work in SABIC, where we focus more on the sustainability. We have a standalone sector taking care of monitoring the sustainability, and we issue a lot of reports on a regular basis. And also I can see that there are a lot of education and development opportunities related to ESG, where it's most of the educational institutions started to focus their programs to develop these talents. So it's very, let's say, trending and in high demand currently.
Yeah, so it's still in specific industries, I would say. Is it also the case globally?
Globally for us?
Yeah, globally. Like, do you see the difference between green skills locally and globally and importance? Or is it still like also siloed in specific sectors or industries where it's more core?
I think where, and the chart resonated where you saw the green skills are more prominent.
Yeah.
I think that kind of makes sense, and I think you would expect to see more breadth of skills within those industries because of the impact that they are actually having on the environment. I think for some of the other sectors like ours, for example, it's more of a niche skill. So we have a consultancy practice that focuses on this, and really their objective is more to work with our clients on how they deliver against their sustainability agenda.
So I think green skills and sustainability subject is picking up in Saudi Arabia, and I'm glad to see it part of Vision 2030 objectives. In STC, for example, a couple of years ago, we introduced a General Department for Sustainability reporting directly to the group CEO to show how important it is. It's going to take some time to promote, but we are applying those practices on a group level. One simple example is, in Saraba STC, we encourage our employees to go and work from home, right? So by that, we conserve the energy spent in our organizations and make it more sustainable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think here it's like for industries that are not on the top, it would be more commitments of companies towards the green vision rather than developing the skills because it's more niche for the specific.
I think one of the things we have been doing is help facilitate the passions of our employees who really believe in sustainability and helping the way in which we operate on a day-to-day basis match up with some of the pillars underneath sustainability. So things like recycling, less use of plastics, and so on. And also where our employees come up with ideas and things that they're passionate about, like at the last Earth Day, we had a group of people that were very passionate about sustainable fashion. So we supported them in educating our business around what is sustainable fashion, what is the impact it's having on the world, and then had different campaigns internally of how we can improve our own footprint on the environment.
Yeah, there's company commitments that are like linking more towards how we can also form the employee value proposition. If the employees and the younger generation have these skills also intrinsic because they were in the education system more aware and different mindset about this, how we can leverage that also to attract talent.
In the future LinkedIn report, you might see the green skills, one of the most demanded skills.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
So we do release a yearly report on green skills as well, just focused on that. But I agree, it's still something that it's a new topic. It's not something that is being talked about in every organization yet to the extent we expect, and this is something that's changing as well to build a better tomorrow at the end of the day.
I'm just curious, did you do any research on diversity, equity, inclusion? Do you see, I haven't seen that pop up anywhere on any of the skills lists.
So when it comes to diversity, we do have a section that talks, we're going to cover it now on females, so male versus female split. But in terms of other areas of data, it's mainly like on a country by country basis. That's what we've kind of explored for the different benchmarks. Great. So I think to cover the last section, so this covers the point of on diversity. What we've tried to do is put together what is the female representation in the workforce globally versus Saudi Arabia. So starting with the chart on the left, we see that globally around 60% of the workforce is male, around 40% is female. In Saudi Arabia, it's around 77% and around 23% are female. But that's not to say that that's the number or that's the percentage we see across all the different industries. So if we look at the chart on the right-hand side, we see, for example, in hospitals, the number is actually much higher, around 40% are female. In education, around 35%, so could be because a lot more teachers are female in that case. And it's great to see as well when it comes to the government administration, it's actually higher than a lot of the other sectors in this case. So it's around 26% is female. We do know this is something that is moving. Some companies or some entities have targets for any of the new hires, for the percentage of leadership that are female. That's something that is being worked on. And we wanted to ask each one of you, is this, as part of our last question, do you have any initiatives that you're working on to increase female representation? Is it on the new grads? Is it on leadership? Any kind of initiatives that you have in mind? Would love to hear your thoughts there.
Yes, definitely. So from STC point of view, when I talk about the talent program, we introduced the TIP, Talent Incubation Program, which was targeting 400 fresh grad per year. it was mandated by the board of directors when they approved that programs, 50% of that intake should go for female, and that's to increase the female representation STC group. Also, another KPI is to have the executive female representation and the executive team across the group. So this is part of the initiative that we are doing to increase. In Sirar by STC specifically, we focus on female hiring, especially in cybersecurity area. Alhamdulillah, today Sirar by STC have 27% female worker in the company. If you compare that to the global benchmark of cybersecurity, they are 24. So alhamdulillah, we're above the benchmark in cybersecurity.
Great. Thank you for sharing.
This is a really important area for us. I'm really proud to say that in our Saudi offices, we're at 57% female. And that has happened in a relatively short space of time, actually. And it all started by hiring the very first female to work in the Riyadh office. And good talent attracts good talent. So I think proving that females can be successful within the environment really helps when attracting. We have a really good female development program across our broader EMEA region called 30 for 30, which takes talented female leaders and really helps their growth and development, both personally and professionally. And it really helps females find their voice and really build on some of the maybe self-limiting beliefs that they may have, which kind of prevents them having the confidence to take the opportunity. So our plan is with giving our female talent the opportunity to develop those skills, and then us delivering on our part of the bargain, which is making sure they get exposure and experience to more challenging pieces of work, will help that growth. A big area of focus for us across the broader Middle East region is female representation at our most senior level. So we do have a gap there. But at our next level down, we've got some great female talent. So our focus now is how do we really intentionally develop them so that they are ready for those executive positions. So good progress, but not quite there yet.
That's nice. Thank you for sharing.
From our side also, we are going forward to increase the female. Maybe we can say our focus is more really in leadership, and we are trying to monitor how much we are increasing to empower leadership female on the leadership role. But not that fast, but gradually we are moving.
Great. All right. So I think that's it in terms of the questions. The last part is just a survey. If you'd like to scan the QR code and share with us some feedback on did you find the session engaging, anything you would do differently. This is part of a series, so we try to launch this every quarter to talk about those relevant topics that are interesting, share the right type of insights. If there are insights that you found were missing or something that you are interested to see more developed by LinkedIn, we have something called the economic graph. So anytime a professional or someone updates their profile to add a skill, to change their job, graduates, all of those are new data points within the economic graph. So LinkedIn at the end of the day is more of a data company rather than a hiring, jobs, recruiting, and so on. So we do develop those kinds of insights. We would like to continue to have those kinds of settings where we share those insights on Saudi, on benchmarks, on a global scale. Would like to open it for any questions if you have any other questions, or if the audience has questions as well.
My takeaways were really the importance of leadership development and how this is influential now, but also towards the vision, how we can develop the leaders are today for tomorrow. And that touched base directly on internal mobility and skill-based hiring, potential-based hiring, potential development. EVP, the employee value proposition, although it wasn't in any of our slides today, but it's also very interesting how it always creeps in somehow to the discussion, because that's how you attract the leaders, the female, the young generation as well.
Great. All right. So I think if there's no other topics, thank you for taking your time. Okay. Yes, please.
Please go ahead. Please, do you want to join us so we can hear you also, please? And if you can introduce yourself.
Maysoon. I work as an acting chief people officer at Memak Ogilvy as well, managing the region, MENA region, based in Dubai. So I also manage KSA. So one of the biggest challenges we have, honestly, while hiring the right talents, is flexibility and asking for more hybrid model, working from home, which unfortunately it's a bit of a challenge nowadays with our fast-paced workspace, and we don't have the luxury to have a long workspace, you know. So especially in KSA, we prefer to have people on board in the office, on ground. So this is a kind of a challenge we currently have, honestly. And the mid-level leadership, how to grow our leaders to be the top-level leaders, especially with not having the luxury of time to spend with them, to coach them. So that's a
100%. And I think in previous roundtables, like if I recall last year, we had a lot of our discussions around hybrid work, because that ties directly to the employee value proposition if you want to attract more young people, females that are interested in flexible work. But also, how can you balance that if you're trying to have those leaders actually develop others, give back to the organization once they are virtual? I think hybrid, like fully remote, is still not top trend in the region, and we're seeing, I think we can share a couple of data points maybe as takeaways as well. We're seeing the drive back to hybrid and face-to-face in the office, at least partially, if not fully, because again, that ties directly into the organization. We have on LinkedIn also on the page commitments and also the strategy of each organization around that. So you can put what you're committed to your employees, are you giving back like flexible work life, working from different parts of the world, and so on and so forth.
So if I may add to that, we introduced a new policy called remote working policy. But how we came up with that? One, we sit with each sectors and understand what type of job. We define the job into 3 categories. The one that can completely work from home, full time. And B category was like 50 or 40%. 60% can work from home, 40% from the company. And the last category is we cannot afford them to working from home. So we identified those job titles, and we build the policy. We attach a benefits to that policy, and then we communicate it. So that make a big difference in our organizations. Another topics regarding the benefits and how to retain your employees. We did a survey to understand what's the most important needs for our employees, and based on that survey outcome, we came what we call it benefits baskets. So we introduce amount of compensation that employee can utilize per year. And there are different categories where they can utilize that money on. For example, building a remote office at home, there's one category. Going for Hajj, there's another category. Healthy meal, third category. And fourth category was going to gym subscriptions. And made big difference. The employee experience and satisfaction rate in the company has been probably big time last year.
I see another question.
Hi, my name is Francisco from Argentina. I'm Senior VP of Aleph. It's a unicorn on digital advertising operating in 130 countries, and I'm leading education globally. And my question is, we're training people worldwide on digital skills and digital marketing specifically, and we're willing to also teach other digital skills such as coding and data. And I've seen the rise in data and data science and data analytics, and I see coding on web development going down. Is this something that you see because of the impact of AI in the last 2 or 3 years, or is it something different?
Yeah, definitely. I would say AI is playing a major role in this. I mean, the huge development and growth of the AI capabilities will overtake the basic skills. But as we say earlier in the session, with the new technology introduced, and the new skills will be introduced as well. So definitely that we should keep changing along with the technological development. Now I think it's way much faster, than ever. In terms of technological development. So we should keep the pace. On the right pace. With the technological development in terms of skills.
Great question.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I think that's it from our side. It was a pleasure having you all. Thank you all for the roundtable attendees and for the guests. We will continue to have these types of sessions. We'll stay in touch. And if there's any feedback, if you'd like to share in the survey, or you have my contact as well, would love to hear more from you. Thank you again for joining, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Welcome, everyone. Got some great seats. So we were talking before the session. This is sort of a new design in this for this conference. I think it's good. So we'll have a great conversation. But I do want to say to everybody in the audience as well, this will be about your participation also. So as we go forward, we've left plenty of time for that participation. In my organisation, we refer to this as a fishbowl. So you're sort of looking in while we have a dialogue, but then coming in also to ask your questions. So just let me introduce myself. My name's Renee McGowan. I'm the CEO for Marsh McLennan's businesses across India, Middle East and Africa. Our Marsh McLennan businesses really advise organisations and institutions and governments across the areas of risk, strategy and people. We have Marsh doing that. Oliver Wyman is our management advisory firm, and then Mercer in the people and HR capability. I'm delighted to have you all here as our esteemed panellists. Thank you for joining us. The topic, I think, is really pertinent, particularly for where we're sitting today in Saudi Arabia. So we're going to have a conversation and really dive in and look at the intersection between people or human capital and economic growth, and really looking at knowledge, skills, workers, how they are being utilised and how they can be contributing to economic growth going forward in a world that, as we know, is changing dramatically. So let's get started with some introductions. I'll let each of you introduce yourselves. I might start on my right, pass over to Peter, if you can introduce yourself, and we'll go around.
Yeah, thanks, Renee. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Peter Cheese. My role is the Chief Executive of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, the CIPD, which is a professional body, and we're based out of the UK, to develop and professionalize the HR function. So we have a whole range of things that we do, from qualifications through learning and development programs, standards which we can assess HR teams to and help to build their professional capability. I've been in this role for about 10 years. We have 160,000 members. We have offices in Dubai, and we're doing a lot of work in the region and in the kingdom, working with some of the largest organizations and helping them to professionalize their HR functions and their capability. Because at the heart of a lot of this debate within organizations is going to be the HR profession and how we enable and support organizations as they go through these big changes. And of course, understanding the people side of business, which is my passion. I have been in this role for about 10 years, but prior to that, I had a long career at Accenture, so a global consulting business, which was a lot about technology and people. And I always say that technology, through all of my career at Accenture, runs through my veins as well. And I love this sort of debate about the intersection now of people and technology and how we make sure that the outcome of all of the things that we do around technology, particularly with the advances of artificial intelligence, result in good outcomes for people. Better jobs, greater economic outcome as well, but fundamentally improving the opportunity for people to be included, to have good work, to have good jobs, which is good for their well-being, good for their mental health, and ultimately also therefore good for organizations, but also good for economies and society. And that, I think, is a very big collective goal. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter. Lourdes, please.
Hi, my name is Lourdes Casanova, and I am the director of the Emerging Markets Institute at the Business School in Cornell University. At EMI, we do three things. One, education. The goal of the EMI is to bring international content to MBAs. So about 70 students, almost a third of the class, graduate with a minor in emerging markets. Second, we have a report. We have a conference, November 1st. You are all invited in New York at the Cornell Tech campus, where we put together companies, stakeholders in general, so multilaterals. I invited here those in the table, and of course, government officials to discuss issues related to the emerging markets. This year was risks. 2023 was risks and realignments. And third, we published a report, and I'll talk about the report later, on emerging markets and emerging market multinationals. This year, we launched the report in the conference. The conference is always the first Friday of November. This year will be November 1st. But the final report, we publish it later, and after we receive feedback, and will be launched March 8th in a webinar organized with eCornell. Please find it online, and please switch on to our launch of the report.
Excellent. Well, we will pick up those. There's some plugs there, but also I'll pick up on that conversation around the risks and realignment in your report. So, Gabrielle, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be here and have a chance to share some thoughts and learn from my fellow panelists. My name is Gabriel de Mombin. I'm the manager of the Human Capital Project at the World Bank. I've been with the World Bank for almost 20 years and spent most of my career living and working in developing countries. I was in Nairobi, Hanoi, Manila, and then Bogota. Just moved back to our headquarters in Washington, D.C. A few months ago, and now I lead our overall work on human capital across the world and try to help our country teams, help our clients, who are governments, advance their human capital programs.
All right, very good. Well, I'd like to hear, and I know our audience wants to hear more about the Human Capital Project as well. I hope you're coping with culture shock, which I'm sure you must be having moving back to the US after so long away as well. And Peter, please.
Well, actually, I'm Rod.
Sorry, Rod. Peter Demarat. Sorry, Rod.
No,
Cambridge, please.
No worries. Thanks very much. Look, so I'm Rod, Rod Smith. Really nice to meet everyone here on the panel and everyone in the room. I'm here as an educationist. My career has been completely always in teaching, in education. I've ended up at, I've run vocational awarding organisations and technical awarding organisations, and I'm now the Global Managing Director for Cambridge International Education. And for those people who may not know, Cambridge is associated with the university. We're owned by the University of Cambridge, but we run the Cambridge curriculum with schools around the world. Some 10,000 schools take the Cambridge curriculum around the world. We're in 160 countries, and it gives us a very unique and diverse view, I think, around how education is playing out in many countries around the world. But I think for this particular conversation, I think the other thing I'd point to is that through the Cambridge Partnership for Education, which is also part of my organisation, we work with 25 governments, well, probably more than that now, around the world on thinking about their education strategy and how that needs to be aligned with their economic development strategy and how those two things need to work in collaboration together. We work in countries like Singapore, which is widely acknowledged as the best by many metrics, one of the best education systems in the world. But we work in countries like Australia, Oman, UAE, Kazakhstan, and we're having some really interesting conversations here in Saudi around how we can support the delivery of Vision 2030. So I think what I hope we'll be able to do today is just to share a little bit of what we've learned around those projects and how best to align your education strategy with your economic development strategy.
Perfect.
That's what I'm talking about.
Great. And we can do the education flow through to the professional skills as well.
Of course, yeah.
Excellent. So let me just set the scene. I'm just going to take just a little moment to set the scene around the economic growth piece, and then we can move into a dialogue. You know, over the last 10 years, we've seen some of the most significant economic growth and expansive economic growth and the benefits. Emerging markets have been a big part of that. Emerging markets accounting for about 2/3 of GDP over the past 10 years. And of course, home to a massive population, over 4 billion people. We've also seen great shifts, particularly in the last decade and 15 years, that impact people and society. So the number of people moving out of poverty, as measured by the World Bank and the UN as well. The UN Multidimensional Poverty Index has seen huge shifts over the last 15 years. Countries like China, India, Indonesia have effectively reduced the number of people living in poverty by that index by about 500 million. So a lot of changes. Accompanying all of that is, of course, increased education. That's access to early schooling and access education, but it's increased participation in secondary and tertiary. COVID had a bit of an impact on that, not necessarily in a positive way either. But then we're also seeing, in addition to the traditional, K-12 and tertiary schooling, this increased dynamic of the intersection between public sector, private sector and education around what is going to be the impact on technology, what is the changing need for skills and skills alignment with the economies that we have, and more programs for reskilling and upskilling. And certainly that's been a huge priority here in Saudi with Vision 2030 as well. So at a very high level, some very good progress around economic development and the role of people and their contribution in that. But of course, a lot more work that we need to do as well. And I think, as we look forward, we have to be cognizant and realistic about where we are. It is, likely and by all accounts that economic growth will be more subdued than it was in the 10 years before the pandemic. We're looking at about 2.5% from a global GDP perspective. And there's a number of fundamental shifts that are going to continue to impact on that. We were just, the session that was on in the transformation area right before this was around the issue of longevity in the impact economies. Demographic changes are certainly going to impact on everything from education to work to economic growth. We see China in the spotlight, of course, as they've reached sort of peak population, and this ageing population is starting to take stock. But then on the opposite side, India and Africa have these large young populations that are getting a lot of focus as well. The reality is that the numbers don't play in our favour with regards to that economic divide. Despite the large numbers of young people in aggregate, it's not sufficient to combat that contraction that we have there. So that, you know, that's going to be a real shift socially and right through to our education and work. Productivity growth, also an area of huge focus. We're seeing huge strides in it. There's a lot of talk about what will be the impact of technology. In particular, you can't have a conversation without talking about AI or generative AI in particular. But productivity isn't, of course, just linked to technology. You know, we're talking about the impact of healthcare, the impact of, you know, linking to the demographic, the living longer and better. And then I think the other piece that we're thinking about as we're looking at economic growth and also the impact on people is around the deployment of capital. Deployment of capital is changed and shifted over years, and that's expected to continue. We'll continue to see large capital investments in, you know, infrastructure, in industry. Again, we see a lot of that here in the Middle East. But it will be more subdued in other economies. And in some economies, we're seeing this real shift to, say, you know, a domestic service-orientated economy as well. So the outlook has an enormous amount of change in it. It's not going to be simple for us to navigate. Delighted to have you all here as experts in your field and to have a conversation on that. So we might start with you, Gabrielle, and perhaps you can lay the land for us. A bit of insight into the human capital project the World Bank is running, and how you see that as contributing or impacting on that intersection of growth and people.
Yeah, lots of juicy topics in your intro.
Yeah, I know. I've really set the stage for you guys to continue.
So we need a few days to try to cover all of that. I think it's probably useful to start by saying what we mean by human capital, because that can cover many different concepts. In the World Bank, we define human capital to be knowledge, skills, and good health. And so I'm an economist, but I have to confess that economics for a long time didn't really take on human capital and didn't recognize its important role in the economy. If you go way back to Adam Smith, who was the founder of modern economics, there are a few allusions to human capital in his work, but after him, it was almost 200 years before there was really any discussion of human capital within the field of economics. And economists tended to just think about the economy having two inputs, labor and physical capital.
Yep.
That only really changed around the middle of the 20th century when human capital really gained some momentum within the economics profession. And it wasn't really until the 1990s, when I was in graduate school, that we recognized the core role of human capital in economic growth. And now, you know, in the study of comparison across countries, we can see that rich countries are rich in large part because of the investments they've made over a long period of time in human capital. Yeah. And in fact, in our analysis, we find that roughly 2/3 of the differences in income between rich and poor countries can be explained by differences in human capital. Now, you might ask, well, what forms of human capital are most important? Of course, there's many different kinds of human capital, as I said. I think that the most important piece is foundational skills, foundational literacy, and foundational math skills. Now, a really shocking statistic that comes out of the World Bank's work is that if you look across the developing world, more than half of kids cannot read and understand a basic text by age 10. I think we quickly go into discussions of human capital and saying, okay, what about 21st century skills, about investments in STEM? I think all of that's quite important, but the fundamental building block for all of that is foundational literacy, foundational numeracy. I often quote Yuval Noah Harari, who is a historian many of you have probably heard of, read his books, and I think he's also the most profound thinker about what AI is going to mean for the world. And I think I've listened to at least a dozen of his interviews and podcasts on the topic, and in one of those he says, it's basically impossible to predict what the world's going to look like in 10 years. So it's also impossible to say what advanced skills we're going to need. So the most important thing is to be able to continue learning, to be able to reinvent ourselves over time, which is extremely difficult to do. And he says that we used to think about education as being building a stone house with a very deep foundation, and now we need to think about it more like a tent that we can fold up and move to a new location very quickly to adapt to changing circumstances. And I think about foundational literacy, foundational math skills as being like the tent poles for that tent, like the most important pieces of that structure. Now, the Human Capital Project at the World Bank, our work is focused on inspiring and informing investments in human capital through the governments we work with. We do that basically through two ways. So we have a network of 92 finance ministers who have all made commitments to deepen investments in human capital in their countries. We convene them twice a year for a meeting of the finance ministers to exchange views, exchange experiences on how best to do that. And then we also work with our World Bank country teams all around the world who finance human capital investment projects and work with those governments to find the most effective ways to invest in human capital.
There's a lot in there.
Really interesting. And I loved your definition of human capital, which incorporated the idea of what I think of as well-being.
Yep.
And I actually do believe if you said what's a long-term goal in all of this for humanity, it should be well-being. And when you think about well-being in its widest sense, you know, the sense of social well-being, emotional well-being, physical well-being, obviously, and having the right skills, having work that is good for you, and work should be good for us, but too much work isn't good for us. When you think about the opportunity ahead of us and the use of technology to create better work, better opportunities, more inclusion, which ultimately results, you would want to believe, in a longer-term goal of well-being for humanity. And Harari talks about some of those ideas as well. I think it's a really powerful construct. So I love that you incorporate the idea of well-being within the construct of human capital.
And very foundational too, and I think that was a really good reminder for us. I said it earlier, there is not a conversation that is happening in the business world or in a government sector at the moment that doesn't involve technology, whereas some of what we're talking about with regards to knowledge and skills is truly foundational. It is an alarming statistic that you just said around the literacy there between 0 and age 10. I mean, quite phenomenal.
Which includes developed economies, advanced economies.
It was global statistics?
That's for low and middle income countries. So it looks a bit better for
not everyone. I mean, if I look in the UK, I mean, there are national programs to improve literacy and numeracy. You think, so why do we have to do that? Why haven't we got to a level where that is absolutely accepted that we all have it, and we don't? And they're just holding people back.
Wow. So Lourdes, let's dive to emerging markets specifically then. Which is, linking to lower and middle income. Your work at the Emerging Markets Institute in particular looks at policies that are in place that really drive innovation and growth in economies, and that link to knowledge, skills, and human capital. What have you seen in terms of what is effective in those policies and making a contribution for economic growth?
At the Emerging Markets Institute, we define emerging markets with 4 criteria: GDP per capita, participation in the world trade, poverty, and extreme poverty. So we do what we call the E20 countries. And now the E20 plus 1, and 1 is China. So in the first, we remove the 40 high-income countries as defined by IMF and the World Bank. And then from the rest, we apply these 4 criteria. And we come up with 40 countries, out of which we choose the 20 biggest by GDP, because we believe that those are the ones that matter. And of course, we have been publishing this for 9 years, so we have countries that have been promoted and others demoted. So the ones that have been promoted have been first Korea, that was initially an emerging market, still part of MSCI, but definitely is a rich country, and another one, Saudi Arabia. You have spoken about the growth, and the growth has been mainly in emerging markets, and also China's growth, and China has pulled a lot the rest of the emerging markets. So then 3 other countries, Vietnam and Bangladesh, have been incorporated in the E20, promoted. So this growth has been mainly in emerging markets, and we all celebrate this reduction of poverty that you mentioned, this 500 million. We have had another country, Pakistan, that sometimes is in the E20, sometimes is not. So I wanted to remind you all about the Sisyphus myth, the Greek mythology that says that men that defied the gods was condemned by the gods to push the huge stone to the top of the mountain just to fall. So very often emerging markets are seen as such. And again, the push of the Pakistan that has to ask, or Egypt right now, for debt financing from the IMF at huge interest rates and in dollars, and has to repay them with a devalued currency. So the sort of emerging markets is not always easy. But again, let's look at the great examples, Korea, and as I said, Saudi Arabia, that has been promoted, is not anymore an emerging market. A pity for EMI, because we learned a lot from the likes of Samsung and other Korean companies, and the likes of Saudi Aramco, a great company from this country. So what have done these countries that has been good? Ambition, of course, but many emerging markets, all emerging markets, want to get rid of this emerging market label. So then you have to often choose your own low-hanging fruits. So definitely the ecosystem around energy in this country is great, and the tremendous role that Saudi Aramco, and often a sovereign fund, PIF in this case, or the pension funds, the public pension funds of Korea. You see them in so many acquisitions all over the world. You see PIF in so many acquisitions all over the world. In my country of origin, Spain, STE, backed by the PIF, has just bought a tremendous stake in an emblematic company in Telefonica. So all this makes a lot of sense and helps the company maintain this very leading and asserts the situation that, okay, they have graduated and they will graduate forever, hopefully. Then leadership and collaboration. We have been talking a lot about collaboration in yesterday and today, the need of collaboration. So you see, collaboration is easier said than done. Not easy. Universities, you know, you have enough with your teaching and you're trying to publish something, and why to collaborate with the government? So easier said than done. So again, this magic collaboration between the government, the private sector, and the universities has worked definitely in these countries. And I mentioned China. China is still, according to our criteria, an emerging market, but we have promoted China, and now we call about E20 plus one. China is a special place, and at some point, if you want, we can talk more about it. So China also, this collaboration is tremendous. I had visiting scholars from China, and I said, okay, why are you working this weekend? Said, I had to prepare a brief for my minister of whatever minister that is visiting so-and-so country, and I need to do the briefing. I said, oh my God, they asked me to write a briefing for that minister. I don't know if I would do it. So definitely. And then, of course, as I said, support from the government. In a moment also in which governments all over the world, definitely the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act in the US, the Global Gateway in Europe, that there is so much support of the government, very much, so then that helps a lot. Investment in R&D, and you have Samsung, Huawei among the classified, ranked by the European Union as companies that invest the most in R&D, alongside with Alphabet and others. Then you need to monitor the outputs. So again, very often you see countries, and I studied, for instance, Brazil, that invest in R&D. But guess what? The outputs don't come. If you look at the Global Innovation Index, very often emerging markets, it's very expensive to invest in R&D, and they do invest, but they are unable to translate those investments in good outputs. So definitely monitor the outputs and change a little bit, correct the failures, and definitely invest in people. And Gabriel mentioned a lot about it. And I wanted to say one more thing, is that the diaspora. And I've seen students that were funded by the Saudi Arabian government or by Saudi Aramco in my class. They are all back. Okay, they have to come back because they have to, that's part of the deal. But definitely the diasporas are very important. China has done it, Korea has done it, and definitely in this country it's being done. And if you want, we'll talk later about technology, or you want me to talk?
No, we'll come to that one, I think, because you covered a lot in there, particularly with regards to education, which we're building on, but also the collaboration there. And you mentioned a lot of collaboration and input from the private sector, but also at the government sector as well, which I thought was really interesting, Rod, with what you were talking about earlier. I hadn't appreciated the expanse of Cambridge's involvement with international institutions as well. So perhaps if you can talk about that in terms of the importance of convening, if you like, educators from around the world, and then sort of being able to share all of that knowledge and how that impacts the agendas and economic growth of nations.
Thank you. No, I will do, and I kind of pick up a little bit on some things that you said, Gabriel, and you said, Peter, is that we're really clear from working in 25 countries with 25 governments around the world that no one gets it right all the time. Nobody gets everything right. Certainly not the UK, Peter, and certainly not the US in terms of, but there are elements of both of those systems that are very, very effective and have, do the right kinds of things. And one of the things I think we can learn from looking outside is to be learning what different jurisdictions are doing well and how we can learn from that. And I think there's a real value in that. I have to say, I think it's what Saudi does brilliantly in its preparedness to look outside as well as looking inside Saudi for the talent and the ideas. I completely agree with you, Gabriel, about foundational skills really need to be a big focus of what will ultimately have a significant economic impact. There is evidence we have, for instance, that we can follow students now from ages 3 through to 19 with their final examinations, is that there is really strong evidence that that first year in education, that foundational year, has a demonstrable impact on your results at 19. It literally, that experience, so getting those foundational platforms in place is absolutely essential. So just two things that I think, I just wanted to pick up from what my colleagues were saying, of things that we can learn by looking outside and looking at what people are doing. What I would say to you is that, from our experience of working with governments, this idea of linking education and economic development, there's a few things I'd pick out, I think, of things that where things tend to work well. My experience is that strategy rarely fails at the glossy strategy stage. Wonderful thinking and ideas that are brought in, learning from around the world, that's a time of great optimism and great. Its execution is where the real issues are, the strategic execution. How do you take those ideas and make them work in this imperfect world in which we work? And I think that those countries, those systems that really focus as much on execution as vision, is really critical. Having said that, whilst you keep that focus on execution, you have to keep on realizing that it doesn't stop. 2030 is not going to be the end for Saudi and what we need to do next in Saudi, and always thinking about, because I think the greatest enemy of success in this whole education and economic is short-termism. This idea that in 1 or 2 years you're going to be able to make a big difference. You need to be able to see in 1 or 2 years that things are changing. You need to have data coming in to show you that you are having an impact. You've got lead indicators, but it isn't going to happen in 1 or 2 years. And that's why kind of medium and long-term strategy is so important. It's why 2030 is so important. So I think that's the first thing I'd say. I think coherence, consistency and continuity and not short-termism is incredibly important. The second thing I say is really around picking up this theme of coherence, because again, the ideas are amazing, but when you're thinking about how you're actually going to be able to change things, you have to think about the whole system. This is where systems thinking comes in a lot. You know, you can create the right curriculum, you can bring in the right skills and the right, but unless you're thinking about how that's going to work at a whole system level, then it's unlikely to succeed. So you change your curriculum. Great. You think assessment. Okay, how are you going to assess that? But what about the teaching and learning? What about the materials you've got in your classroom? What about digital? Your teachers. What about your teacher? How are they developed in pre-service and in-service? How are you making sure that all these amazing ideas actually start to appear in the classroom? How do you support teachers through that process? How do you bring parents on board? We often forget all of those other important stakeholders who have such an impact. So what's your communications plan for your countries? So I think the big thing I would say that we've learned from working around this is that you need to think about the whole system, the whole way in which you're bringing these skills into the country. Now, that doesn't mean doing everything at once. It doesn't mean throwing lots and lots of money, but it doesn't mean understanding what the impact is in one part of the system with what you're trying to achieve in another. And thinking in that way is absolutely essential. So those would be my two big starting points for discussion. Long-termism, continue to get better, and think about the whole system and how you bring it all together.
Yeah, and you described then just, I would say, a holistic system around education and all of the stakeholders that are in there.
Yeah.
But, you know, the argument I would say is that we're looking at lifelong education. Now, you know, it isn't just in that 0 to 19 or anything like that. And anybody that is working today or entering the workforce today, you know, really has to be contributing, learning new skills, etc. And Peter, you must be seeing this everywhere. I know it's a huge focus of organisations. We know that from our work as well. And, you know, I think sometimes we're looking in organisations for this magic bullet of, you know, these are going to be the 5 skills, but of course we can't predict that future. But can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing in a professional environment, if you like?
Absolutely, Renee. And first of all, echo what you said, Rod. Everything you said about thinking governmentally applies to organisations too. And many organisations will be very bad thinking long term. And it's about, you know, what's the most immediate thing to drive profit and shareholder return in the short term, and that creates a lot of problems in a world which is very uncertain. You've got to have a long-term vision. You've got to be able to navigate change.
Yeah.
But you've got to have that long-term vision and then think very systemically and holistically. And I think if there's a failure of leadership in most organizations, leadership capability, which applies also at governmental levels, is that ability to think holistically. But to your question, yes, I mean, the skills debate now is getting very fierce. And I wanted to build on a little bit on what Gabriel said, because I would add a couple of elements to what you said. At the foundational level, literacy and numeracy, absolutely fundamental, and we all agree, not only in developing economies, but actually in developed economies as well. We still have some things to do about that. But I think there's a third element emerging, which is digital. Now, we have to be careful, because we've talked for a long time about, we need more digital skills, without explaining what the hell we mean by that. But actually, there's some very good frameworks now emerging that would describe it. So at the most foundational level, it's your ability to interact with technology, to transact. So whether it's your bank or whatever, to keep yourself safe, to find out information and know whether that information is good information or bad information. And that is very fundamental. And there was a session yesterday talking about EdTech and using the mobile to reach young people in countries around the world who have very little access to technology. And there are more mobile phones in the world now than there are people. So if I'm going to be able to take advantage of that, I've got to understand basic stuff about how I use these things safely and securely. So I think there's another element, which is that very basic digital awareness that we have to build more of. The next level up is what I would call essential skills. And this is interesting because when we think about the skills environment we're in now, recognizing we can't predict all the job skills, not only because things are changing so fast, but let's also be honest, from an organizational standpoint, we've been very bad at it in the past, right? Very bad at predicting what skills we need and having more strategic workforce planning, which is something we've got to get a lot better at. So the next level is really interesting to me because it is fundamentally the human skills. So when we talk about the impacts of technology on jobs and skills, it's very easy to jump into things like, well, I'm going to have different technical skills, and how do I learn those? And it's true, we will have to have those. But also, how do we transfer between jobs or roles which are changing? And what are those core skills that we need? And what is, as I said, really interesting to me is those core skills are human. And they are things like, I mean, let's pick one which is really important, critical thinking. Right? Critical thinking, which means my ability to understand and question what I've been told. And in a weird world that we live in now, where people talk about facts and alternative facts, and all the nonsense that you can read on the internet, all these little echo chambers that get built around social media, we have got to teach people to think critically. And that is not just a job skill, it's a life skill. So critical thinking, ability to communicate, ability to collaborate and work in teams. Things of that nature, and we've got a framework that we've developed, which is actually building on a framework that emerged through the schooling and educational system, which you're probably familiar with, Rod, called Skills Builder. And it's got 8 fundamental skills, and they are very much along those lines. And so you want it to be also skills that people recognize they're developing through their education, and even if they're studying maths or physics or whatever, still building those core skills. And then as you get into work, interestingly, not only are they the skills you need to transition into work, they're the skills you need to get on in work. I mean, when I look at business leaders and say, the biggest problem you have with business is they can't communicate effectively, they're not listening, so they're not being critical in their thinking, they're not thinking strategically. These are actually skills we need throughout our careers. So that's the next layer of the model. And whilst I can't predict all the job skills, I should be able to develop and understand these skills. And what organizations we are seeing doing more and more now, interestingly, is to recruit on the basis of those skills. Because I said on the platform yesterday, businesses for far too long have assumed that I can get what I describe as oven-ready employees out of the educational system. And we can't, and I don't think we ever could. But in a world that's changing so fast, what I do want to know that I can get from the educational system is people that have the kind of skills I just described. So organizations are beginning to move into a space where they're saying, okay, I know I'm going to have to build the job skills, and I'm going to have to get a lot better at that, and I need to use technology and AI and all these other tools to help people to build these job skills. But I need to recruit on the basis that the people I'm recruiting have this ability to think critically, have a facility to learn and have curiosity, can communicate effectively. So we're changing some of the emphasis on recruitment, and even to the extent that some employers are saying, when I give a CV to a hiring manager, I'm going to redact, I'm going to take out their qualifications. Now, just think about that for a second. For so long, we have recruited on the basis of qualifications. And that is not inclusive, by the way. So many organizations have recruited on the basis, I want a graduate, into jobs that historically never required graduates. And that of itself is excluding many people from opportunities to work. So whilst I'm not advocating this as what every organization do for everything, the idea that I'm recruiting for these essential skills, and even, as I said, taking out the qualifications of the CV, when I hand it to the hiring managers so they focus on those skills, is a really interesting construct. So that's one dimension of it. And the top of the pyramid, obviously, the job skills, as I said. And that is what we've got to get a lot better at building in the workplace. Upskilling, reskilling. And my final point was, in all of that, working in a much more integrated way with education. Because in my experience, work and education have been far too separated. And even as I've talked to the educationists in the past, many educationists, I'm not saying you would necessarily have this view, Rod, but have said, it's not our job in education to build people with job-ready skills.
Can I just throw that back at you a little bit? Because I've led vocational awarding organisations where we actively look to get the engagement of industry in designing those qualifications and curricula. And actually, it's frequently very difficult to get that engagement from industry.
I absolutely recognise
people, businesses are busy.
Yes.
They often, when you're talking about return on investment, often businesses are saying, well, yeah, I can spend all of this time engaging with local education and being involved in it, but I might not see those students, or I might not see them for 10 years. Is that a good... So I think that partnership between industry and education is absolutely the holy grail, but it's not easy to achieve.
Yeah, because as you said, we're coming from two very different ways of thinking. Yeah. And to go back to your point about short term, because there's this old saying in business, and business leaders challenging, say, the HR function or learning and development function, saying, why am I spending this money training my people? Because you can't show me the value outcome, or the value outcome might be 5 years down the road.
They might leave.
Or
they might leave.
Somewhere else.
This is the point I was going to make. So the old saying goes that, well, so why am I training these people? Because they're going to leave. And then I say, well, supposing they stay and you haven't trained them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Think about it that way. And we also know that very linked to this idea is that this is part of the employee value proposition, more than it's ever been before. If you want to attract and retain people in your organization, you've got to show them that you're going to help them to develop the skills to be effective and successful, and that they can progress. And if you do not do that, for sure they will leave, and they should leave. They should leave. So you're absolutely right. I mean, to me, and I think this is a big part of the debate going on here in Saudi Arabia, which is fantastic, which is bringing business and education closer together and recognizing, yeah, we do come from different perspectives, but if we don't work together, we're not going to solve the problems of generations to come in a world that's changing so fast.
Yeah. And I think that we as organisations can also be thinking differently about this.
Without a doubt.
You know, we're not training for an organisation, we're
No.
training
the
to improve
collective good as
industries
well.
and to improve societies
For the
and to get to
collective
the
good.
very economic growth. Agree completely. So that was an interesting bit. I did expect a little bit more in skills in there because it's such a hot topic amongst, I mean, we know as organisations desperate for skills assessments, particularly, and they dive into the digital, and you have to start with, well, what does digital mean as you did? But I think that's, you know, that's only going to accelerate. No matter what we say about these the human pieces of it, AI, generative AI, is changing the way that people are working today, and we don't know how it's going to continue to evolve. Everyone's still exploring. John Romeo, who works with the Oliver Wyman Forum, had a great saying that I heard the other day as well, is that AI will, we hope in its best, help machines to get better at being machines and humans to get better at being human, which is getting to those skills, and I like that. But I was wondering, Gabrielle, you know, in the Human Capital Project and work you're doing as well, you know, AI and technology skills has got to be front and centre in that. How are you seeing that? Are you seeing that connectivity there between the human and the AI, and how we use, you know, is AI going to augment our human capacity and capability, and how are you working with that?
Yeah, very much so. That's actually a principal priority that I brought to my group, the Human Capital Project. And what we're trying to do is to see how to harness the potential of AI for human capital, particularly in the developing world. And I'd like to kind of put a personal touch or personal story as to why I'm so excited about this. So as I mentioned previously, you know, in the developing world, more than half of kids at age 10 cannot read and understand basic text. And that's something I've seen in my career at the World Bank. Most recently, as I mentioned, I was in Colombia, living in Colombia until just a few months ago. And just before I left Colombia, I did a tour of the country and visited many schools. And at one point, I sat down with a young girl who was just about age 10, and she had written down several lines that her teacher had put on the chalkboard. And I sat down with her and was talking with her, and I asked her if she could read to me a few of the lines that she had copied down. And she struggled to sound out even just a few words from what she had written down. And it was really, truly heartbreaking. And I've had similar experiences in other countries. Now, at home, I have a 10-year-old daughter who's a fluent, has had all the advantages, is a fluent reader, carries her book everywhere, including into the bathroom, and is always reading. And what I would like to see is a world in which every child has the same advantages, the same opportunities that my daughter has had. And now I think AI is not going to alone achieve that. You know, AI is not going to solve all the problems that we have in terms of human capital acquisition, education, and health. But I do think that we really are at an inflection point where there is tremendous potential for AI to change the way people acquire human capital in the developing world. And I say that for two reasons. First, you know, there's been a lot of, on educational technology in particular, there's been a lot of disappointing experiences in the past. I mean, anybody who's worked in that world can list a whole bunch of initiatives that didn't work out. But the latest set of literacy and numeracy apps actually are quite effective, and we've seen that in controlled experiments, controlled tests that we've done at the World Bank. And I think those alone, even pre-AI, have a great deal of potential which hasn't been exploited. And now, of course, we have the whole wave of AI coming on. And it's not quite there, but I think, you know, just on the horizon, We're going to have AI, which will be able to observe what children are doing when they're trying to learn, understand, or at least be able to process how they're learning, understand what they're learning and not learning, and then provide truly customized adaptive tutoring, which is exactly what I do with my own daughter. And again, we're not quite there, but I think it's coming next year, 2 years. I think it's not too far away.
Phenomenally exciting.
And the implementation of that technology in the developing world is not going to happen automatically. It's going to take concerted effort. And fortunately, I'm in a job at the World Bank where we are very well equipped to help push that forward. So we're trying to do that with a new initiative. We call this the 3 E's. We're experimenting, evaluating, and then elevating these technologies with our client governments. So the experiment and evaluate part is to run pilots with new technology, do a very careful evaluation of what's working and what's not working. We're doing that right now with a program in Nigeria where we're with community health workers. We're using AI to analyze the notes that community health workers produce and then give them feedback on those notes to improve the quality of healthcare. We're just about to start a program in Vietnam where we're going to use AI in multiple forms in the classroom with teachers and students and determine which of those different approaches is most effective. So these kind of experiments and evaluations are going to produce evidence for us on what really can work. And then we can take that evidence and elevate that into conversations we have with the governments that we work with. I mean, the huge advantage that the World Bank has is that we have these engagements with governments around the world. So we're financing human capital projects, and in the conversations that we have with those governments, we can bring that evidence to bear and get that scaled up into a great high level. And again, I think we're still at the early stages. We're not at the point where we can say, this is what you need to do. But if we're now in the process of generating information, generating evidence, I think shortly, in a year or 2, we'll be able to provide that sort of attention. So we're in the process of getting this going. We have some initial funding for this. We're looking for more funding from donors to help us ramp this up more. I'm pretty confident we'll be able to find that funding and that we'll be able to take this forward and really advance the use of AI for human capital.
Yeah, fabulous. So really looking at what is going to be effective to scale. Yes. And have impact. And
I want to say too, there really is, there's so much hype in the AI world, and there's been so much hype in the past, in the educational technology world in the past, and we need to make sure that we're going not just has a good marketing pitch, but that it actually works, that actually has evidence behind it.
Everything you say, Gabriel, is being paralleled in business as well. I think one of the most transformative things that this technology can do is how we learn. And building learning into the flow of work, it becomes integral to my role, my job. I can access the knowledge when I need it. It could be displayed to me through augmented reality. I can communicate with the technology by speaking to it. So that point you made about humans, the other quote I love is that we spend years teaching humans how to speak machine. Now machines are learning how to speak human. And it is radically transforming the way that we interact with technology, which I think is really exciting.
Yeah. Huge disparity, though, at the moment. There are organisations who are doing nothing in the space, and there are watching from the outside, and there are others that, are all over it, trying to learn and embed and have these experiments going as well. I want to make sure that we've got a chance for anybody in the audience that would like to ask a question as well. So if you would like to ask a question, there is a roving mic around here, and I can see a number of hands, so we might do that. Is our roving mic? And if not, maybe you can just use a loud voice. There we go. Thank you.
No, it doesn't seem to be.
No?
There was one.
Maybe just...
I think we can hear you if you...
Loud voice if you...
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, distinguished panelists, for an outstanding, enriching, views and perspectives. My name is Walid Al-Salani. I'm currently an advisor to His Excellency the Minister of Investment. Before that, I was with Saudi Aramco, Saudi Arabian Oil Company, where I spent 41 years in different roles among the human capital and innovation. I have two questions, if I may. One for Gabriel about a metric which I think is extremely important but least understood and communicated, which is the ROI on human capital. I come from corporate, and many organizations actually, they don't very much understand that metric despite its importance. And I would like to hear your views about how best this metric could be included in other indices that we look at, the Global Innovation Index, the Global Competitiveness Index, the Global Education Index, will be extremely very helpful. And I see it's extremely important metric that measures countries' commitment to human capital. The second question for the distinguished panelists is about a role which, is, at least in this part of the world, is not very much well understood, which is knowledge management. And who is accountable at the corporate level of overseeing knowledge management? There are many organizations that use the title of Chief Knowledge Officer. Is it the right role? And the knowledge management is kind of confused between a Chief Technology Officer, Chief Innovation Officer, sometimes Chief Financial Officer. What best to institute and structure the concept of knowledge management to organizations, companies, even societies, because it's not very well much understood holistically. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to take much of your time.
Thank you. I don't know in the first part in terms of the ROI of human capital, Gabriel or Lourdes, whether you would like to contribute there.
I have to confess, I'm not familiar with that particular index. I mean, I can talk briefly about the Human Capital Index, which the World Bank produces. We've produced this since 2018. This is a composite index which includes health, education, and nutrition. The reason we put that index together was because in our conversations with governments, often when we talk about education and health, we're talking with the line ministers, with the ministers who are responsible for those particular areas. And finance ministers are not typically paying much attention to human capital questions. They principally see them as expenditures, expenses, consumption. So we try to change that conversation and help them see human capital as investments. So the Human Capital Index is constructed in that way, where you can relate it to future economic growth for the country. So if you have a higher HCI, that means you're going to achieve higher growth later on. And I think that's been quite successful. As I said, the primary audience for much of my team's work are finance ministers, and we've been able to sort of move that conversation and help them see investments in human capital as something which can pay off in terms of higher economic growth down the line.
Yeah. I do personally, in my own work, I've seen that shift. It's not a tangible, that's the thing when you do an ROI around a capital investment, traditional capital perspective, you have a very clear business case for it and you can measure and track that. The human capital one becomes a little bit, but I think that has improved a lot. Just on the knowledge management, perhaps if you wanted to pick that, because you must see a variety of ways of capturing knowledge and disseminating as well.
You're right, it's been a long-term challenge. Just very quickly on the human capital one too, because I absolutely, that now when you look at market value of a company, roughly 20% of it is tangible, is what you see on balance sheets and written down. And most of the value of corporates now is intangible, which includes reputation, market and brand, but it includes their people and human capital. And we've long struggled with moving from a world which is people as cost to people as value, and there's still more work to be done. But I think when you look at things like the ESG movement, trying to get corporate reporting to focus more on their people and capabilities and some of the things that Gabriel talked about. So it's emerging, but there's still work to do. On the knowledge management one, if you think now about, again, going back to the intangible value of a company, so much of it is captured in what is often the intangible parts of knowledge. So it's not in your learning systems, it's in people's heads, it's in processes, it's in lots of other things. We have long struggled with that. My hope and belief, well, first of all, it's a fundamental part of the value of the enterprise, is that AI will help us with this. So a lot of what we're looking at with these large language models now is not just a thing like ChatGPT, which is looking at the whole internet, but put all my stuff internally into my walled off generative AI system and teach it on what all my internal knowledge capital is. And then that will then help me better understand and navigate it. Because all these models, you know, where we try to capture it and make all these taxonomies and structures to capture knowledge or competences of people have dismally failed because they're overly complicated, they're very hard to maintain, and I don't know what to do with them once I've created them. So as I said, I think genuinely, and I'm sure you'll have some views on this as well, René, that AI can help us unlock our understanding of knowledge and experience and skills across organizations in very different ways. And that is a very exciting prospect because I absolutely agree with your challenge.
And improve the maintenance and the access ongoing, because they become very messy systems, knowledge management systems, very quickly.
It's almost impossible to maintain. We've never really cracked that.
Just a large comment.
Yeah,
I know you
just glad to hear that the World Bank now puts the emphasis on human capital in education, because what often happens with emerging markets when they are into the debt trap is that the World Bank and the IMF is asking them to return the debt that they have and freeze investments in education, infrastructure, and so forth. It's happening in Zambia, it's happening in Egypt, it's happening in Pakistan. So glad to hear that, and I hope you continue doing so.
Very good, thank you. All right, we've got time for one more quick question. I had the gentleman in the back who had raised his hand last time, sorry. I'm sure we will be around and our panelists will be around for a little bit
Thanks a lot, we appreciate this. My name is Rami Sekran. I have a question, it might be a little bit big, but I'm going to make it very short. The mismatching problem of human capability and education. The thing is that everybody's throwing this problem and it's kind of like abandoned and disowned. We're doing human capabilities development, the education part, yet people are not finding jobs. And I'm talking about people who have access, privilege. I'm not talking people with low-income families or people at disadvantage. Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of development, so everybody should have a job. Yes, the employment rate is decreasing, but still. My question is, why is this problem hasn't been solved? Or the second part, why has this problem been disowned? Nobody's owning it. The supply part of the education and human capability development, they're saying this is what is needed. When you go to the human resources and social development, they're saying, well, people are graduating with not the right competencies and skills. Who should own it and how are we solve it?
One comment.
One comment, if I may. I think this is where you have to have that systems thinking. You have to think that these things are not changed by an initiative in isolation, but an initiative that's part of a medium-term plan, so that you are aligning your supply and your demand. Changing the demand for education, what people are going to choose, takes time, and it needs to involve parents, it needs to involve the institutions, it needs to involve the industry and business, and it needs to be planned. That would be my main thing. That mismatch between supply and demand.
Just a couple of quick thoughts. I absolutely agree. And in any country I've been aware of, our ability to understand at a macro level supply and demand of skills is very difficult. I think there are 2 points I'd make, and certainly having been to the Kingdom a number of times over recent years. One is inclusion. Right? So I remember so distinctly a number of years ago talking to a big crowd of women in the Kingdom who were just thrilled about the education they were getting, but we're really challenged about, how am I going to use those skills? I haven't got the jobs. And what is so encouraging is to see more women coming into jobs in the Kingdom. So inclusion and businesses seeing that actually inclusion is part of their strategy is also a way in which you give people who've had education an opportunity to get the right jobs. But the second part of it is the mismatch of jobs to skills. And the reality of many organizations where we have not built jobs that are really good for using people's skills. Somebody observed yesterday on some global data about how much across not just developing economies, but developed economies, there is this mismatch of the education of the workforce and the jobs that people do. And interestingly, the UK has one of the worst problems of that. And when we talk about productivity, how can you get productivity if you're not creating the jobs that are using the skills effectively? So to just close quickly on it and link it back to AI, to me, one of the promises of AI is it can help us build jobs that are better for people. Right? They use their skills more effectively. Because there are far too many jobs that involve lots of nonsense administration and transactional stuff and stuff that's not really adding value. And we should be able to use AI to create jobs that are good for people, use their skills effectively, drive a better well-being outcome, are more inclusive. But to do that, we've got to start with this goal of good work. What is a good job? And make sure, and this is why it's my call out to the HR profession too, is for HR to be in the room and to help to create those jobs based on the principles of what a good quality job actually looks like. And that's what we need to do collectively.
That's a nice note and a positive note to look at. We are completely at time. Thank you to my esteemed panellists. I greatly appreciate your contributions. I'm sure everybody does here in the audience. And we look forward to continuing the conversation for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So we just get right down to it? Okay. So hi everybody and welcome to this forum that we're going to have in this roundtable on the tech and digitization dialogue. We have a very diverse group of people here to talk about this, which I find really, really exciting. But to begin, I always like to think about when we start looking at tech and we start looking at the advancement of tech is that I once did an experiment, and the experiment was that I wanted to enumerate Moore's law. And I said, well, what if we start computing like way back with Alan Turing in the 1940s, and I give that the value 1, and with Moore's law, we kind of say it doubles every 18 months, so 18 months later it would be 2, and 18 months later it would be 4. And then I said I would like take a look at the 1980s. And the 1980s began with computers being in the realm of science fiction. And they ended with a computer on everybody's desk. And I looked at like how much the number changed in that time frame, in that decade. And that same change in that decade, in the year 2025, is going to happen every 3 seconds. That's how much things have accelerated. That's how much technology is growing. And so today what we really want to talk about is tech and digitization, what the effect of that's going to be on humans. How do we get ready for that? And as a result, we have some very distinguished guests here to talk about it. So first of all is Dr. Andreas Kangalaris. He's the founding president of NEOM University, and he has a very unique and very cool job where this is a university that is going to be growing from the ground up, or from the sand up, in a city that's going to be growing from the ground up. So he has a unique perspective in like thinking about future education without really the inertia of the past. And then we have Dr. Shannon May, and she's co-founder and president of New Globe Education in Kenya. And her passion and her work is really all about technology for supporting K-12 education in multiple countries. And really looking forward to hearing your experience, Shannon. And then we have Vivek Sharma. This man wears many hats. He's on the board of directors for JetBlue Airways and Kaiser Permanente. He's also, he teaches data science at USC, and he's also formerly the CEO of a company called InStride, which was an ed tech company, which was all about helping companies grow their skills. So people who've already been through education and who were working, how did companies like really help them change their careers and grow their skills? And really looking forward to Vivek's perspective. And last but not least, of course, is Mihir Shulka, and he's the CEO of Automation Anywhere in the United States. And Automation Anywhere are really all about automation solutions. And I'm really fascinated to hear his perspective of he's building these solutions that are replacing some jobs, but he's also very passionate about helping people skill up so that the people aren't replaced. So great panel. I think let's just get right down to it. I'm going to start with, I've mentioned about how quickly tech is growing, and we've had tech and digitization for some time, but we're about to enter this even more accelerated era with growth with artificial intelligence. And how can people reap these benefits? And maybe we'll start with Vivek.
Well, thanks for hosting us, Lawrence. This has been a question that we've talked about as a tech community, but also humanity for the last 20, 30 years. And you're right, the rate at which technology is changing and the impact it has on society is accelerating. The first lecture of the course I teach at USC, it's called Digital Foundation for Business Innovation. I take my students through a simple example of an iPhone built in 2008, an iPhone built in 2018. And we compare the computing power, the storage power, the network connectivity, and the number of apps in the App Store. And I ask my students, if you do a comparison of those two things, will the total impact on the actual user, will it be additive, will it be the smallest change, or will it be multiplicative? And the funniest thing is when you actually do the math, the cumulative impact of these two changes is actually multiplicative and very closely tied with the change in market cap. But coming back to your question, I think the only way is to recognize that we as individuals, we as corporations, we as nation states have to figure out a way to demonstrate the agility commensurate with the change that's happening. From a workforce education perspective, we always advocate that our responsibility is to work to learn and to learn to work. So what that means is, just like we work for a paycheck for health insurance, we also have to ensure that as technology changes what we need to do, we have to learn new things. But then we also have the responsibility to focus that learning on what will give us work. So we have to look at what's happening around us over the next 5 years and focus our learning efforts on needs for society and for us for the next couple of years.
So yeah, that's a great way for people to reap the benefits of these enhancements is clearly around education. And Mihir, I'm curious about your experience, because a lot of what the work you've been doing is building these automated pipelines, bringing new generative AI into that and effectively replacing people. And I know that's not your intent and that's not your business, but I'd love to hear how it is that you get it, you really bring people up as part of that.
Yeah, I want to point out that when you bring these solutions to the market, the solutions themselves aren't doing anything. It's the people behind it are doing something. So in that process, you are transforming people, you're reskilling people, people are reimagining new possibilities, new solutions, and so forth. And it is true that part of it brings disruption to the society. We are part of a commitment to retrain about 1 billion people on AI and digital skills, along with many other companies. What we observed is that these new technologies are so easy to use, and they are more and more intuitive with natural language interfaces, that people can learn within 3 months a required skill to go from flipping burgers at $15 an hour to $150K US dollar jobs. The fact that you don't need a 4-year degree to go through, you can deploy these solutions in all parts of the world and quickly change the art of the possible on what the possibilities it could bring to people.
So what does this education look like?
We put students through basic education of how to create a digital worker or a digital assistant. for a specific job. So you could be a postal worker and you need a digital assistant that will help you do your work. Somebody could be recruited to help them build an assistant for that. Or you could be a researcher working on a COVID vaccine and you need another researcher, an assistant for that. So these people build these assistants within few months and make it available to companies worldwide.
So really interesting to hear. Thank you. So Shannon, we're like hearing that these are people who are already in companies and working, but you're working at the other end of the spectrum, like starting with children. And what does it look like, in your minds, like the future of education for these children, and what is it that you're doing in that space?
I really appreciate how Mahir put it, that any technology we bring is not a replacement for you or for I, and certainly not for a teacher. It's how does it augment, how does it empower, how does it increase his or her capacity to drive change and learning and discovery for a child. And even in Mahir's example of moving from, what can you do in the workforce, from universities to workforce skilling, to change that person who is maybe working a minimum wage labor-based job to be someone who could become a programmer or an AI prompter who starts to move up this value chain and prosperity level for themselves. They can't do that if they can't read with comprehension. Mm-hmm. Right? And I've been really heartened here in the kingdom to hear His Excellency Minister Al-Benyan be willing to discuss some of the challenges that still exist in basic education here. Globally, unfortunately, 7 out of 10 children who are 10 years old cannot read a sentence, one sentence, and understand its meaning. How will you prompt AI? How will you engage in discovery if you can't read one sentence and understand it? So 70% of children are being left behind today. The digital divide will get massively bigger. But even here in the kingdom, you might be surprised that it's 4 out of 10 children cannot read. We need to change that. But AI properly deployed to support teachers augments their capacity. We in our own work are working with our own LLM to improve our current core content suite of materials that we use in early childhood through grade 12, advancing and rapidly developing that, testing it, pushing it further. We're also looking at, in places where it's affordable to the ministries, being able to put in blended learning time, where then you can use more directed one-on-one instruction for whether that's 20, 40, 60 minutes a day, depending on the child. So each child still has that dynamic of being with a teacher. I'm sure each of you remember, it's your teachers, your humans will inspire you, your peers will inspire you, and particularly for 3-year-olds to 15-year-olds. I don't think we're ever moving away from a place where another human is your guide. But the point is, how can we use this technology in a way that even reaches places that are still connecting through 2G data fiber and make sure that there's that access and that benefit.
Wow, okay, thanks. So Andreas, as you're building a new university from the ground up, how does this inspire you, and what is it that you would think that are ways that we can start making sure that these skills are more evenly distributed and the benefits are more evenly distributed?
Allow me to take everything that was said and integrate it, because as you said, NEOM is a place that is being built from the ground up to be the land of the future, to be cognitive by design. And because of that, and because of everything I heard from all of you here say, we are very focused on not just building a university and schools and vocational training, but also developing an ecosystem where there's a continuum of the development of the individual from preschool to adulthood and throughout their life in ways that empower them to make the right choice at the right time for them, in ways that are not supported today by the educational systems we have. I say this because we look to technology and AI becoming the enablers, the augmented capability that human beings have as they go about their plan. If you look at our schools, as we speak, because schools start first, universities come always after schools. Otherwise, you don't have anybody to teach. Schools are very focused on blending in the development of the students a level of comfort with technology. And what does it mean for them as they think not only about what they do on a daily basis, but the future. And we take that and we embrace it as something that they bring them with them when they come to the next level of education. So we want to emphasize that continuum. I will tell you, building a cognitive city from the ground up is more easily said than done. Vivek, I hope you will appreciate this. What does it really mean? People ask me, what does it really mean? As if I have all the answers. And I said, the beauty of this.
Oh, no.
The beauty of it is that we put it forward as a challenge for the world, because there are many ideas, and we want those ideas to become part of thinking of how technology and AI enables the well-being, the prosperity of the people globally.
Right. I mean, and it's one of those things that it's very easy to say, right? We want AI and technology to make things easier. It becomes a little bit more difficult to start getting tactical and start doing it. I'm curious, from both ends of the educational spectrum that you're on, like, are the ways that you could see the private sector and the public sector directly helping in the short term, other than sponsorship? Maybe starting with Shannon.
Well, something we're working on right now. So like currently for every ministry where we have the privilege of serving them in their schools, we publish digital content to an e-ink tablet for the teachers. So all of their materials are available to them digitally. What we're building in now, leveraging on AI and building through that, is we're putting microphones into each of those tablets so we can record the teacher teaching. What power does that give advantage to the teacher? Now we can auto-process their prosody, their speed. We already know how fast they're moving through the lesson by how their fingers use the device, but now we'll be able to hear their voice. What's their intonation? How do they phrase the questions? How do they move through that? And then use all of our own previous content and the power of artificial intelligence that's always learning to give real-time feedback post-lessons to these teachers. Whereas right now, we run a field support team where we work with ministries. We train hundreds of people to be teacher coaches. But as a teacher coach, you can only be in one room at a time. There's only so many teachers you can support. Imagine a system where instead of having many teachers we start working with, they haven't had anyone watch a lesson they've taught in 15 years. So even when we start to get to, okay, we're going to get someone to watch one of your lessons every 2 weeks, that's a huge shift if you think about change. But what if you could get feedback across the 8 lessons you taught today at the end of the day, giving you very specific guidance and encouraging you how you can continue to improve your practice? That's something that without AI, we're not going to be able to leverage that in the same way when we're working with, 80,000 teachers today, right? That's like massive computing power. Now we're going to be able to build that, and that's part of our 2025 plan.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, I've always been a firm believer when it comes to AI, and particularly large generative models, large language models, and that kind of thing, that the future is in much more focused models rather than a gigantic model that can do everything from recipes to haikus to legal documents, something that's very, very focused for a particular task, and that's what you're seeing. I'm curious, Vivek, I mean, what's your vision in that space?
So from large public and private corporations, as we look at how they are reacting to AI, I see 2 broad reactions. One is an acknowledgement that the basic hardware and software platform for AI is already in place, and business applications will be written on top of that. To simplify it further for our audience, think of internet last 30 years back, and the hardware platforms were the Cisco routers and cables, the broadband, and the software platform was a browser, and business applications was one of your companies, right? Google and Amazon and eBay. And I think the realization is that with LLMs, we kind of have a horizontal platform. We have computing power from clouds, and businesses are very acutely aware that applications and business applications will be written on top of that. So there is effort around that. That's number one. The second realization is, this is more at corporate boards and management teams. Okay, how do we react to it as a company? How do we figure out what our AI strategy is? And the interesting thing here is, unlike previous waves of innovation, the answer to this AI strategy is not doing benchmarking or collecting data, because this thing is moving so fast, there is nothing to benchmark. And most corporations that I've seen are trying to take the scenario approach, which is, okay, 4 years from now, what's my play on AI? And they're trying to do things around 3 dimensions. What's my operational scenario? Can I use AI to reduce my cost, serve customers better, all that stuff? There is a strategic scenario wherein, can I expand my supplier and buyer relationships? Can I play in a different industry? Can I just be a consolidator, or will I be disintermediated? And the ones that most of them are worried about, they don't talk about, is the obsolescence scenario, right? The core value creation that I'm doing, will I be disintermediated like Kodak was disintermediated by Android, right? So, but the good news is, unlike the previous waves of disruption, corporations that I see are under no illusion that this is disruptive. I mean, think about 1997. How many corporate boards thought internet would be what it would be? They just thought it's a website and it completely changed. I don't see that happening with AI, and that's a good thing. People are reacting to it.
So, I mean, I can see you bring up a point that corporations are reacting to it, and corporations are trying to get in front of it, right? There's the old saying that if you want to be in the game, you anticipate, you don't react. If you want to be a spectator, you react and don't anticipate. So with that level of anticipation that's going on, I'm really still curious about the human element of this. And Mihir, I'd love your thoughts on that. Is like, we can see there's great potential profit for corporations, but how do we make sure that that's evenly distributed, that people aren't left out in the cold? And the Western Europe and Western United States, we can see will probably do very well, but what about the rest of the world?
So I'll give you a perspective from where we see. If there is a job opening and you ask somebody to do the job the manual way by typing from here to here, you don't get to fill that job. If the job involves some kind of automation and AI, and if I'm a 30-year-old person looking for a job, I want that job because it builds my career. So what we see is in an employee base, everybody, for the most part, seem to be aware where their own career future lies. So companies who don't adopt technology can't hire people. So it's the demand from the employee base and saying, I'm not going to do the job the way my parents did, right? So it is requiring companies to force, if you want to recruit people to adopt this. So what I mean to say by this example is that this is not a disruption we putting on them. It's been demanded by the next generation that's coming to the workforce, right? So that's the first part. The second part is, I think this like all disruption, the definition of disruption is it's hard to spread it evenly. You try, but then it's not a disruption. So it will be unevenly spread, but we should, I think it's a three-way partnership between businesses, governments, and education institutes to come together to make it as evenly as possible. I remind people that you could debate whether what jobs will remain, and some could be partially automated, some could be fully automated. But it is certain that you will lose your job to a other human being using these tools. That much is certain.
Interesting stuff, and I mean, I can only give anecdotal evidence in my case, and but several years ago, as part of, I work in advocacy of AI, I decided that I wanted to teach online courses. But part of there were two conditions with this. Number one, they had to be freely available. So whatever person we were partner with for teaching these kind of things, we're not going to charge any money, so that it could be, we could spread it as evenly as possible. And number two, we would teach it the way that we do it inside of Google. So like the idea was that if you wanted to become an AI engineer using Google's tools, using Google's technologies, the way that we do it, we were going to teach it that way. And over the last few years, we've gotten over 1 million students doing it. But what I've noticed was that the students who are the most aggressive about finishing the courses, about graduating, about getting the certificates, are the ones from the countries that aren't traditionally AI countries. I'm not going to name any countries in particular, but there was like one country where women were a particular minority in development, and they ended up being the vast majority of people from that country finishing the course were women.
Nice.
There's another country in Eastern Europe which is currently war-torn, and there's been very, very aggressive numbers of people from that country learning that so that it can rebuild their economy once the conflict ends. And like I said, it's anecdotal evidence, and it's a trend that I'm seeing. And I'm wondering, like from your experience, Shannon and Andreas, like in where you're coming from, like for example, Shannon in Africa, do you see more motivation in the children to learn these newer things so that they can maybe lift themselves up with the opportunities that are happening?
Yeah, I mean, like a child's direct interaction with something that would be AI powered in a place like in rural Rwanda or Liberia or Nigeria isn't quite there yet. You know, we're hoping to partner with governments to bring more of these skills. We do no tech coding already in the schools. We try to bring things, regardless of the ecosystem, to change the design mentality, right? And as you build a child's mathematical and linguistic skills, you can start to teach design thinking and coding, even if you don't have a phone or a computer. But I would say that when an educator from the global north, Europe or the United States, comes and sees that the work that we do in many of these countries, one of the things that they're universally surprised by, and I find it like very sad, but is unfortunately in some countries, children have started to take for granted the opportunity of education. Like there's a disillusionment with the promise of education itself, and I think a loss of a connection between how I can develop myself is something that I can lean on, empower myself, and then access opportunity. That there's become a loss of that aspiration in certain places, when I think that aspiration is deeply still alive in places that haven't yet had that evolution to where there's a more prosperous life for a majority of the population, you know, where you're still struggling for food.
Yeah.
The dream of an education is still incredibly powerful and incredibly real, and is still that lottery ticket, right? And so like how I think of it is, you know, our work is to make it so it's not a lottery ticket. So it's not just the one kid who somehow makes it through, but how do you make it so all 50 kids in that classroom, if they're willing to dedicate themselves, that they believe that there is a point, right? If they can learn, master, continue to advance, it's there. And I think it's like amazing. If you come into rural Nigeria, like there are children sitting in classrooms of 100 kids. Teachers had no support for decades. It is like 42 Celsius. It's dusty. Half the kids don't have shoes. They're desperately sitting there praying that they'll learn something today. Like they're not fighting. They're not acting out. They're not throwing stuff. They're like in wait. And I think that is also what you're seeing in your class, this sense of a desire, a hunger. And I think that's incredibly beautiful. And I think it really will change the nature of the global workforce and the global dynamic and the global conversation, as hundreds of thousands, eventually millions of people from countries who haven't had a voice in the same way in the global conversation are able to contribute for themselves, speak for themselves, create their own worlds in a way that will change, I think, the historical dynamic that we've had from 1945 to 2020.
And I'm thinking that it's not just because it will help them, but I think it will help the rest of the world as well. Because these people, because they've operated with less, their innovations are very different than people who have grown up in a developed world. So bringing their solutions to the world as a whole would benefit everybody. Yeah.
And Andreas, as you're ramping up a university, what do you think of this?
I want to make two comments here, because I think it is very important for us to appreciate that Africa, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, jumped on the opportunity of wireless communications like no other part in the world, in terms of how you come up with innovative ways of doing your business, looking after your well-being. And I say this because these are the kind of disruptions that I believe the Western world, as we call it, should be relying upon to the part of the world that did not have the access to technology the way it is becoming right now, to benefit from all these elements that new technologies bring to bear. I'll talk about human-centric approach to the future of AI. Everybody talks about it, but the ones that are, in my opinion, are most focused on that are populations in those parts of the world that have been struggling for a long time. And I think that is the opportunity that everyone should be very attentive to as we think about education. How do we make sure that they are provided, whether they're the teachers, whether they're means through which the private sector can engage with them with the latest in how they go about learning facilitated by technology, because they're going to take that and turn it into something that the world will benefit from. The second thing I wanted to say, though, which is very important for us to appreciate, is we should not forget, you made the comment about focusing the applications of AI to things that are not receiving the attention they deserve today. And what your statement brought to my mind is the initiatives, and they're being done at the federal level. The National Science Foundation is investing in applied AI for the advancement of science and engineering. The Smith Futures Foundation is providing opportunities for if you wish, the hardcore technological disciplines to think how they can use AI for the advancement of new knowledge and new discoveries. That is another frontier that is at its infancy as we speak. Yes, we heard about drug discovery, but there is much more to be discovered, new materials, that is going to provide so much opportunity for employment and future jobs that we cannot even imagine right now.
Amazing stuff. I want to go back to your first point, and just a point of evidence to support that was one project that I had worked with some high school students in India on was they called Air Cognizer. And these students had a problem, and the problem was that they lived in cities that had a lot of pollution. And they had elderly parents and grandparents who were afraid to sometimes go out the front door because of air pollution. But like with your iPhone, or you can turn on the weather thing and you can see what air quality is, but that's the air quality at the sensor. And the sensor may be many miles away from where they live, and air pollution can be highly localized. So these students, high school students, theorize that, well, if they get a sensor themselves, and they go out and they start taking photographs of the sky with their cell phone camera, and they use the reading on the sensor with that photograph of the sky to label, when the sky looks like this, the AQI is this. When the sky looks like this, the AQI is this. And they built a computer vision model to be able to kind of map the sky to the AQI index, shrunk that, put it on an Android phone and put it on an iPhone, and give that to their parents. And now their parents, before they go, or their grandparents, can go out and take a picture of the sky and get an air quality index thing. Yeah. That's a highly localized thing, right. Being solved by young people by skilling them up in the right way. And now the irony is, like a lot of in Silicon Valley, we tend to solve first world problems, but air quality has become a first world problem. And I think there are things like that, just like, again, back to your first point, there's a great example of through global skills and global training of people, that it's people in areas, outside of the traditional high-tech areas will be able to find and solve problems that can benefit all of us. And I think that should be a motivation for everybody to continue to educate. And then on your second point is really around grants and education grants and that kind of thing for research, because that can unlock a lot of things. And that's one of the things that I'm really curious about. Do you see any moonshots or any ongoing trends that are going to accelerate job disruption first before we start thinking about how maybe those moonshots can build up jobs? How about anything in that space? I
think we are seeing a beginning of generative AI, and there is so much more to come. We believe that the future of generative AI is not generating content, that's just a small part. It's actually doing work. Because work is a language, that's how and I think just one side note to mention is that in my view, the biggest invention of human race is not wheel, it's language. Because that makes everything else possible, including a session like this, right? This thing has figured out language. So now everything else is up for grab. And what is possible now, let me put it this way, that wasn't possible 2 years ago. Today it is possible for these new models to process 500,000 bank applications in 12 hours that would normally take 1,000 people 1 year to do. There is no comparison, right? This is an exponential power. And all of this is available, coming slowly to everybody generally. And in next 2 to 4 years, it will create an environment where every company will have to think in their business what is their new operating model looks like. within reason, every company will have a Nokia or a Blockbuster moment, if those names mean anything, where you are the largest in your category and a few years later you don't exist, because you could operate completely differently than how you operated the last 50 years.
Can I build
Sure,
on that?
go for it.
I so agree with what you said, Mihir. Just want to build that with 2 examples. I think there is an acknowledgement that there would be skill churn. What's different this time with generative AI in general, in particular, and AI in general, is that it's going to affect the top of the pyramid. The kind of skills we taught so far are not disrupted. So 2 examples. One is, I live in LA. We had a script writer strike in Hollywood a couple of months back. And essentially, one of the aspects of resolution was that you would not use AI for writing scripts. Well, the reality is you can use generative AI to write a full movie script in, frankly, a fraction of time and cost. You can use the same AI, as Mihir said, to actually create content or create work. And you can have a full-fledged movie without having either the actors or the script writers or, frankly, the producers. And that's a scary thought for a lot of people. Similarly, when we think about today, what's the most white-collar job? It's the software developers. Or when you go on GitHub, which is the biggest repository of software, more than 50% of that, that's my number from what I heard, is written by AI. So what does it say about more than 2.5 million software developers worldwide when the biggest repository of software essentially is AI written? I think the reason this is scaring a lot of people this time, as compared to the smartphone wave or the internet wave, is that it's hitting at the cognitive ability, the workability that you talked about. And we do not have many precedents on that. And we're still trying to figure out how do we react. My hope is we do not react like the taxi drivers in New York against Uber. I mean, 10 years later, you see what happened out of that. And I'm not very hopeful of the approach that the script writers have taken in Hollywood. It's probably going to work in 2024. I'm not sure about 2026.
You're hitting my sweet spot because I'm both a programmer and a script writer. So
I wish you luck.
I could talk about this for hours, but I think on the programming side, I think one important part, and hope this isn't a shameless self-plug because I teach an online course about this, is that one of the things that I found that is most powerful with this generative AI for software developers is to use it as an assistant. I think it was something you said earlier on, is that it won't put you out of a job, but somebody using it will put you out of a job. And generally what I have been teaching and what I've seen is powerful and what I think leads to a lot of that 50% is that all of the things that are difficult in programming but where you're not adding a lot of value and it's engineering overhead, for example, like adding test cases and making sure that you're checking all of your corner cases and all of these kind of things that a generative AI can help with so you can focus on the business problems.
Right.
And similarly with script writing, but that's probably going way off topic, but there's something I really wanted to dig into that was that you had said, Mihir, and I'd love to hear Shannon and Andreas's viewpoints in this one, is that generative AI, if we start talking about large language models and that kind of thing purely as generative, we're kind of missing the point. Because a lot of it is really, it's about reasoning engines and understanding engines. And these can be really, really useful, particularly in education. And I know you mentioned earlier on that Shannon, you've been working on an LLM and is that how it's being used beyond generative also to help understand maybe in grading or any of those kind of things? And how do you put it to work?
Yeah, well, like a minor case when he was thinking about language. So an area where this has such incredible power, depending on how it's used, is in India, where in a project with the Meghalaya government, they have 2 minority languages, Gari and Khasi, which not that many people speak anymore, but they want to preserve these languages in addition to English and Hindi. We're really struggling to find experts in the language and to be able to test their expertise. And there's not enough material on the internet to power AI to test them. But so we're starting to collect as much written material in both of these languages as possible so that we can create a functional model that then helps us measure the expertise of indigenous speakers themselves, because there's a lot of phonemic change, that hasn't been really codified in really tight ways in all of the places, but doing that will actually empower those languages to be preserved, will empower them to vet experts, vet lessons, grade assessments from kids, both orally and in written form, in a way that will preserve languages that are otherwise falling apart. So if it's the government's priority to preserve that, there's ways that if it's just us humans doing it, it's very, very difficult and very expensive and very limited by our own cognitive ability and processing power. And I do think it's that processing power to just go through the 500,000 applications, or even we hire 300 people a year when we start working for a new government. We've now been training AI to grade people's case studies. Right, and to observe them doing it, like happy to have them use AI themselves, but like you've got to be able to think. And I think that's the thing to be worried about, not worried about, is AI is really a partner, right? It will remove the grunt work. Like if you're just a data analyst and you're not able to think through the bigger picture, you're probably going to lose your job. But like the expertise of even understanding how to ask questions, how to design the prompts, how to push that is desperately needed. And I'm sure what you're working on, what you're talking to your students about, I'm sure will be part of NEOM. I mean, there's just such richness there. And I think the minister, His Excellency Ali Ibrahim from Economy and Planning here in the Kingdom, he mentioned in a session earlier today that humans are infinite. Humans are expanding with the universe and like the knowledge that we're able to grasp. We shouldn't be afraid of these things. There will be difficulties. There will be short-term loss and change, but long-term, like the arc of history is beautiful. And so hopefully we can all do that together.
Beautifully said. Thank you.
I'm being reminded of someone once said, and has been repeated over and over again, that the brutalities of progress are called revolutions, and I think we're going through one of these right now. But coming back to what does it really mean and the opportunities and moonshots, I think personalized learning, which is one of the most difficult things that can happen for a variety of reasons, is going to see an amazing future because of technology, and if we do the right thing as educators to make people comfortable in their human-machine interaction, to understand how they go about their development. That is a very esoteric thing, many people think, but it has to do with the science of learning, it has to do with psychology, it has to do with cultural bringing, many things. It's a responsibility of ours to do. Second thing, though, that gets me very excited is the convergence of AI and genomics. And what the opportunity is there, people think about genomics and say, oh, okay, you're thinking about health. Definitely health. I'm a big fan of that convergence and what it means for health. But food, the environment, how we go about the conditions in which we want the future to be, stand to benefit immensely from that convergence. And I believe that this convergence is going to foster so much new job opportunity growth that if we make the commitment as a globe, and I mean it because the amount of cost associated with this, the amount of talent that you need, the investments that you need are significant, everyone's going to benefit because those are things that matter to the well-being of every individual, right? Health, well-being, food, security, clean water, air quality, and so on. So I am very excited about this. I said I'm giving away some of the things that NEOM is going to be prioritizing because we believe the world will engage with us. These are things that matter to the young generations, and we want to get it going as quickly as possible.
I think just to support what you're saying, I think the most recent, this is an evolving area, but the most recent data we have says that about 8 million jobs will be either reconfigured or lost as a part of this transition, but it will create 10 million new jobs.
Is that a US data, global?
Global data. So there are not 10 million new people waiting to look for a job. In fact, the workforce is declining worldwide. So in an ideal scenario, you want this 8 million people be retrained into this 10 million jobs. So I think what it will come down to is reskilling and education. That's the challenge, right? There will be enough, to your point, long list of new jobs available. Can we train enough people for their jobs?
I mean, I'm particularly passionate, just agreeing with both of you, about the on the education angle, that if you have enough of a skill set in the workforce or in the student body, I don't know what we call them, the equivalent of a workforce, then you have the ability to spot the scenarios that nobody has thought of yet that will bring about new things. Was something you were saying, Shannon, about like education and cultural preservation. I think there are some huge opportunities in that space with AI and with what I term artificial understanding, as opposed to artificial intelligence. And there's a technology called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. And I've been experimenting with this to use something like Gemini or GPT to understand content, not to generate it, with the idea being that, well, can I start going through bodies and corpuses of text or videos or those kind of things and extract the ones from that that are relevant for a particular culture? Right. I grew up in Ireland, a very small country. It's, I was once writing a novel and I wanted an Irish character in the novel, and I wanted to research, a good name for an Irish character, which should be somebody who, be connected with the rest of the world. And I started looking into Irish history and I found that there was none, or there was very little, because we've been conquered so many times by other nations that like our history was effectively stomped on. But now other countries, and Ireland is one of those countries that it's the other way around. It's not we're being lost in culture or being lost in history because there's no information. There's tons of information, but it's a drop in the ocean of global information. And how do we extract that, that needle, or that piece of hay from that massive stack of needles, that kind of thing. And here's where like artificial understanding and things called retrieval augmented generation are possible, and opening up new scenarios that people hadn't previously thought of. But without a skilled workforce and without education, nobody's going to be able to spot that and those opportunities.
Because you still had to have the idea to want to look for it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, if we continue thinking in the old ways and we continue being, trying to resist change and conserve what we have already, we'll miss those new opportunities. And I think it's the cultures, the societies that are aggressive about re-educating their populations. And part of that is by showing them the opportunities that are available by re-educating their populations. Those are the ones who are going to spot that, and those are the ones that will anticipate rather than react. But I want to kind of pivot, we've got about 15 minutes left, into hype. Hype is like a really big part of all of this kind of thing, and sometimes it's really hard to find the signal from the noise, and people like me are out there talking about how great AI is, and I'm probably contributing to the hype, and I apologize for that. But like, where would you see the signal as opposed to the noise? What is overhyped, and what should we be looking at that we're not?
So I have a somewhat counterintuitive answer on this, which is, while I agree and I agree with the way Mahir said it, there is a little bit of hype around AI will take our job. He's right. The person who uses the technology will take your job. And frankly, that has happened through humanity. Yes, it's happening much faster than it used to. I do believe that there is a little bit of hype around the concerns related to bias, concerns related to security, concerns related to will it be fair, right? And while I just hope that hype is not a shield and not a ploy to basically be, waiting and seeing how others react, because this thing is moving pretty fast. So if you look at, let's take security, right? I actually believe over the last 20, 30 years, we actually have progressively become much better at security. Yes, there are instances of bias, but they are quickly called out. You know this better than anybody else, right? And we have correcting mechanisms. Yes, there is more work to do. The hype I want to be a little careful about is the negative one, which is, oh my God, we need to slow down and figure out whether it's safe, whether there is this. No, you need to have a strategy, at least in the private large corporations. You need to have a strategy, and yes, you need to basically build on top of mainstream platforms who hopefully will figure it out. I tell some of my clients who talk about data security, I said, well, if you're worried about data security, how is it different from data that sits on public clouds? If that data is secure, frankly, the providers will figure out to keep your data secure as well. So I would offer that let's not have the negative hype around it slow us down, because if you slow down, as Mahir said, somebody might take over.
How about Mahir? What do you think? What's overhyped?
I would say that this technology is where internet was back in 94, 95. So if you think, that is a good gauge to use. So when at that time there were lots of possibilities, some companies, some pieces were hyped and some were overhyped, underhyped. But overall, all of us in hindsight now could agree that internet was underhyped. Because today when you look at it, all the largest value companies have, everything, right? New form of media, new form of retail, fintech, everything exists in a different way that we did not imagine back in '95. If you put that in context, I think right now AI and Gen AI is significantly underhyped. I know it's almost impossible to believe that, given we all talk about it. But a few years from now, we'll look back upon this time and say, oh my God, we didn't know all of this was possible.
Can I build on that? Because it's a great point. You could almost say, even though we appreciated when smartphones came, and as we saw what came out of applications like Uber and Airbnb and Instagram, it feels like it was underhyped as well.
Yeah.
And what makes this underhype a little bit of challenging is, unlike the smartphone and internet, most business leaders don't see AI. They don't see it in tangible terms like a website or an app, and that makes it a little more challenging. But it's a great point, Mihir.
So Shannon, as we're technologists and we're throwing all these technologies at you and we're throwing all these new things, and it seems there's not a month goes past when there's not something new coming from Silicon Valley, and it's like, but you're the person, and Andreas also, you're the one taking it and making it real and impacting with real people. So I'm really curious what your thoughts are on what do you consider to be overhyped and what do you think is underhyped? Where are the opportunities that we're missing?
Well, I think Vivek said something that relates to what I was thinking about as he was speaking of. In Nigeria, in Benin, in the Gambia, DRC, these places that I am, there's no fear of AI. There is a desperate desire to understand it, harness it. It's like it's like a mythical nebula that it's like the governments, the leaders are trying to be like, how do we grasp it? How do we get that? There's seen as no disadvantage, no negativity, because, well, they're not the 8 million who are going to lose any jobs. Okay. They're hoping to be part of the 10 million or others who are going to have a meteoric rise. And I think of that challenge. I think something that gets hyped a bit, even in those conversations, is because it's this faraway nebula and there isn't yet enough translation between how to bring that to Earth in Bangui, for example. If there's like, oh, just bring me AI, like they'll be, Ministry of Education, will bring me AI in my classroom, and it's like trying to help him understand. I think of it as like in a very super simplistic way, but it's, we can bring that through technologies we leverage off of all of your bigger companies to create better content, better processing, better grading, better feedback, these like very specific uses for pedagogy and for coaching. And I think the bigger opportunity and challenge is, it's like having an infinite library and an infinite calculator suddenly in the hands of every human, if they can only think through how to use them. So it's like, how do you build the critical thinking skills to ask the questions? How do you have the idea that you want to ask about that piece of history or find every image, that shows you this existence, and how are you going to piece together that new story, create that new application, create the HCI index. So like the ideas become even more important. Like the level of someone's observation of the world, I think, is going to become the highest valued skill. Like your ability to observe, your ability to question. That builds on a whole bunch of basic skills that we work really hard to make sure that children have. But that will be what sets apart. Right. But I think what's beautiful about that is that's up to every human's own ambition. Mm-hmm. There's no one that can take that away from them. Mm-hmm. And as data becomes, basically unlimited data in India for like the equivalent of $2 a month. There's an experiment going on in Rwanda that's being subsidized to make basically unlimited data about $2 a month. Once data access becomes such that that's no longer an economic limitation, then it really is. Doesn't matter whether you're in Chad or Moldova or Palo Alto. Like, you can just bring your own brain power. And like that explosion which I think will happen over the next 5 years, will be amazing.
So what I'm hearing is like what's overhyped is technology and what's underhyped is
Is the
people's
human,
potential.
is the people, the
Absolutely.
human potential that is what is going to drive that.
So how about like in academia?
Couple of thoughts there. The first one to say that I'm thinking you mentioned the 80s. And if you consider where the hype about computers was very high, it was in Silicon Valley. The rest of the world was, going about their lives, right? And we saw what happened. Many things changed. The private sector, the industry engaged with universities in a way that frustrated many professors. And they said, these are the things I want you to teach your students. And it was, university, this is. You cannot tell a faculty member what to teach. Faculty member knows what needs to be taught. But everybody embraced that because of the hype in Silicon Valley. I was a student there at that time. I saw other universities around the country sending their people to Silicon Valley. And that convergence of industry, that was standing to benefit from that, and the universities that were producing the workforce needed for that, was transformational. The good thing is that that hype now is worldwide, which tells me that the computer revolution is going to be 10 times what we're going to see with AI, because the world is all excited about AI. That's one point. So I'm thrilled about this. The thing that nobody talks about and makes me nervous is how much, what is the energy demand for making AI the ingredient that provides us with all these advances. And I say this because our young people are very excited about sustainability, which I embrace because I was not like they are, and I see the value of that. And we need to respect the fact that the same way they push back about what we have done with sustainability because of their parents and their grandparents' actions, they're going to start bringing it up as an important element of the future of computing and AI. So I believe that is underhyped. How much energy is needed in order to advance the systems we need is something that we need to embrace as a challenge, a technological challenge. And I know it's a priority for us who are working in the space of computing and thinking about new ways of doing that. But it is going to be very important for the world to think, how do we deal with that in a way that everybody benefits?
Yeah, and that's a really good point when you're bringing up sustainability and the environment and that kind of thing, because that's what young folks care about far more than we did, and their children will care about it more than they do, and it's going to be a continuing and ongoing problem. And the optimist in me is seeing that like AI advancements are getting smaller and smaller. The type of thing like to be able to train language models now a student can do with a single GPU on their desktop, whereas even just 2 or 3 years ago you needed to be a Google or a Microsoft to do it. That trend is getting smaller, and then hopefully the energy part's getting smaller. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say the thing that I think is actually overhyped is generative AI. I think the entire world has been jumping on the generative AI bandwagon since the meteoric growth of ChatGPT, and often forgetting the rest of AI. If I go back to like the example, like the Indian students with the air cognizer, that was nothing to do with generative. That was a good old-fashioned computer vision problem. There's a lot of health things that can be done. I've worked a little bit on a project called diabetic retinopathy, where again it's computer vision, and it's the traditional skills that are now being, while everybody's jumping on the generative bandwagon and thinking of prompting and that kind of stuff, that those traditional AI skills, and I say traditional, this is like 3 years ago, are being eroded, and I think there's plenty of opportunity being missed there. And I think, in education and universities and the like, to not forget that, I think would be very, very important.
And a very important point you bring up, Lawrence, and let me say that at the end of the day, I have been surprised that the term that I believe in the early days of cybernetics was being discussed very broadly, which is augmented human intelligence, is not embraced as at the end of the day what it is that the opportunities for the world today. It's just introducing an H between A and I, but keeping that in the back of your mind, I think is very important.
It's a very important H.
Well, and you changed the A too, augmented versus artificial.
Yeah,
and I think that's another important framing.
That's a good point.
And what a great way to end the panel. So that's, we're here to talk about human capability, and it's really good to bring humans back into the center of things. So we have a couple of minutes left. I'd just like to leave it open if anybody has any questions. I see the gentleman in the front row here has one.
Thank you very much for this informative dialogue. Actually, I have 3 points or question, or how do you want to mention it? First of all, about the data revolution. Now we are reaching 130 zettabyte, and it's increased exponentially, and we are expecting to reach 2030 yottabyte, 1000 zettabyte, which is cannot be imaginable. First, where these data stored? If we are talking that these data stored in the clouds, we know that there are 3 big clouds in States and 1 in China: Alibaba, Microsoft, Azure, and
Amazon.
Google and Amazon. They claim that they store it in servers under the sea or whatsoever. So if each year it's doubled, how come you can build servers each year the same thing? So this question is a big question mark. I don't know where these data is stored. This is first. Second, we know that there is a space law. When starting at 1950, with the Soviet Union, they launched their rocket, and then the United States started their space raising. Then there is a need for a space law because there is casualties being affected from the things in the space. So it took 25 years till the UN issued the space law. Now we are talking about the cyberspace law. Till today, there is a special committee has been initiated by the UN Secretary. And this committee from the big affecting countries like China, India, Russia, States, and so on. They didn't, till now, issue the first draft. And there are 2 obstacles: the sovereignty of data and the residency of data. And I bet they cannot solve these things. So that law cannot be issued. Now, when we come to the cloud, or we are talking about artificial intelligence, there is no international standard for the whole emerging technologies except IoT. Till today, the AI doesn't have an international standard. Cloud doesn't have, blockchain doesn't have, machine learning, and so on. And these standards came from 3 organizations, international organizations: ITU, ISO, and International Electrotechnical Committee, and they have a joint committee. And they issue. Till today, there is no law governing the cloud. There is no law governing the artificial intelligence. Third, when you are talking about artificial intelligence, everybody's talking about it. Before, at 2015 till 2022, everybody talked about smart cities, the whole globe. When artificial intelligence raised at 2018 and we reach 2022, everybody stops talking about smart cities. Now, the last talk to AI. But still, AI, if your data is not ready for AI, you are not ready for AI. And then your data has to be governed. Data governance is the big issue. Who is doing the data governance? There are 191 standards to do that data governance. 190 doesn't work. So which government agencies or entities or private sector is doing data governance in order that AI can be worked? AI, if you have 100% proof of AI, you take it and put it in the garbage because it's not an AI, it's a memory. But if he has 85, it's okay. It means 15, it's a dumb AI. So still there is a problem. So these issues, these big issues. Now I come to the last point the professor says about the sustainable development goals. 10% 10% of the carbon emissions came from the servers. And if it's double, it will be doubled. Okay? And now everybody is talking about the ESG, environment, social governance. And this is a big business. The assets under management is $150 trillion globally from the source of Bloomberg. I'm giving a source. 1/3 of that has increased, 50 is for ESG. Who is now taking the chance of the ESG? Thank you.
Great comments. Thank you so much. I mean, I think there's definite teething problems because, like, the industry is just moving so fast, and you know, the government just can't keep up. You're seeing, and you've so eloquently put out those problems. Thank you. And I think it's something that we all have to solve together. And I don't have a solution for it. I know we're a little bit over time, but were there any other folks with questions? Yep, there's one over here. So we just have time to take one. Sorry.
Okay, I'll be quick. You mentioned a point that anyone who uses artificial intelligence will be advantageous in the workplace. Give me perhaps step by step or recommendations for me to become an advantageous worker as an ambitious man.
Happy to do that, but you need to give me a background of where you are right now and what you're doing. I'll be happy to take that offline and discuss it.
Absolute beginner.
Absolute.
Second semester.
In a university.
In university, and not in any tech or STEM field.
You don't need to. I can talk.
Mind programming. Should I learn programming skills that are universal for everyone?
There are lots of resources online, as you know very well, that you can access. One of the things I would suggest you do is follow some of the guidelines provided by those resources in terms of stacking the degrees in a way, stacking the courses in a way that can develop your capabilities through applications. Where you can search? You're not using the web to search for online courses.
Give me a name.
AI online coursework.
Lawrence, what about your class?
Yeah, I think one good course that you could take a look at, I won't plug my own, but there's one called AI for Anyone by Andrew Ng, is an excellent class. It's freely available on Coursera. And then there's another one from Harvard, similarly named, called AI for Everyone, which I teach. So either AI for Anyone or AI for Everyone. You could take a look at those two. All right, I think we're at time, sorry. So if any folks have any questions, I'm sure we'll be happy to answer them just outside because they need to set up for the next panel.
Thank you,
So thank you, everybody.
Thank you
so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Lawrence.
This is just the recording.
Oh.
Works.
It works.
Okay. So shall we start?
Should give us key, no?
Yeah? Shall we begin? Shall we begin? This one? Should I put it in my pocket?
Now it works. Yeah.
Is that better? Is that working? Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, I'm very excited to welcome you to the Global Citizens Dialogue, and an incredible panel that we have. And so we've come together to look at the concept of global citizens and human capability, and the fact that that encompasses individuals who have this broader sense of identity and responsibility beyond their national or cultural affiliations. And we really want to dig into global citizens characterized by their awareness of the very many global issues we've already heard about over this last day and a half, the cultural diversity, and also this commitment collectively to making a positive contribution to our world. So human capability in this context refers to the potential, we've been talking about that, the capacity of people to engage with these global challenges, and it really does focus us on the development of skills, on the sense of knowledge and values, and enabling everybody to participate in this globalized world. So this perspective, I think, underscores the role of education, the importance of education, cross-cultural understanding, and fostering a shared sense of our collective humanity, and enabling us all to make this contribution to the well-being of our global community. But I think our challenge before us is that with the dominant pedagogy that we've been talking about over this last day or so, really hasn't changed very much since the 19th century. Learning pathways and curricula really still reflect 20th century professions. And the ways of working really are changing dramatically. Are we really offering our citizens the learning opportunities demanded by this 21st century? The McKinsey report that talked about future readiness and future skills focused on self-leadership, focused on interpersonal cognitive digital skills. The OECD report, which I was working on, is really focusing on green and digital innovation. And it noted for us the depreciation of knowledge and the importance, I think, as we've heard, of problem solving, of digital skills, of values, of ethics. And really the challenges, the so-called polycrises that we're looking at, they really span boundaries. There is a need, I think, for radical collaboration. This panel reflects radical collaboration. And so we are now going to, I think, begin our discussions to think, how do we create a world where no one is left behind, that ultimate outcome measure of the SDGs? How do we create that world fueled by our shared humanity and the right of everyone to flourish and enjoy a quality of life? So the first challenge in front of us is, can we just understand a bit more about the challenges that face us as global citizens? So Naoko, take us on.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be a part of this dialogue and really responding to your first question of where we are, what's the nature of the challenge we are facing. I want to start with this, this global and planetary view of that, what kind of special time we are in this human history. That now that the planetary Earth scientists are telling us that we were at a very, very dangerous time of the human history. All of humanity, civilization is based on, depends on the stable and resilient planetary system. But when we develop our economy, we have put so much of the pressure on this planetary system, and the planetary system is now saying no more pressure on us. that the scientists are telling us we have already exceeded 6 out of 9 planetary boundaries. And if we continue to put the pressure on them, they will be saying that we can't really take it. We will move on to another equilibrium situation. That's why that we are seeing so much of the problem like climate change, nature loss, the forest fire, the flood, and the drought. So it's time for us to recognize what kind of the challenge we are facing. It's basically our economic system collide with that planetary Earth system. So the challenge we are facing is how we can reset our relationship with nature. It requires an entire very comprehensive system transformation for us to continue to survive within planetary boundaries and continue to do this sustainable development. So that is where we are, my first point. But the second point, and which relates to that, is that in order for us to reset our relationship with the planetary Earth, that the current intergovernmental system, which is based on the nation states, really doesn't work too well. I know some of us, including myself, used to and work for UN system. Yeah. I myself, the national government, 20 years, international institution, another 20 years, and I see, based on my own experience, this intergovernmental system needs to be complemented or supplemented by a much more kind of diverse system, like a multi-stakeholder coalition, where the citizens should play and could be a very, very important role to be a part of system transformation. So that is another point I want to make. But can we really come up with this new governance mechanism to safeguard this global commons, like a stable planetary Earth system? Our local community used to govern the local commons, that if I go back to my own village, Japanese village, that the community people, the citizens do know how to safeguard that commonly shared forest or the river or land. But when that our economy globalized, we lost this touch of the joint collective responsibility to safeguard the local commons. That's why that our challenge, how we can create this sense of social contract among the community under this globalized economy. So that is a kind of big challenge to us. And if the technology, we talk a lot about AI and technology for the last two days. Can technology really help us to create this sense of belonging to the community, even if we don't see them directly? So that is another big question for me. My last point is that whenever we do this transformation or transit from one system to another, we have to ensure that any transition be just and fair. We all learn from the past experience. If that transition is not fair and just, nothing is really sustainable. So it's another big takeaway. Let me stop here.
That's great. I mean, just to bring those items together of, one world, but the governance of one world, needing some attention. So really needing to work together in a new kind of way. But also you were hinting there, I think, at the need for disruption in some of the education systems. So Anthony, just take us on around that sense of working together and disruption.
Thank you, Andy, and I'm fascinated by what we've already heard.
Yeah.
I want to explain, Anthony Millard, that I'm an optimistic educationalist and a pessimistic economist. And maybe that's not a bad place to start on this. But first thing I really wanted to say was, I think this is an amazing conference. And why is it amazing? It's because it's so ambitious. I've had the privilege of visiting Saudi Arabia on many, many occasions in recent years and working closely with the MISC Foundation. That has been a privilege, and that has been very much part of the 2030 vision, which is transforming this country. But let me just kick in with another statement, and that is that global citizenship is, in my reading, the most important part of this conference. we're talking about technology, innovation, we're talking about structures and systems, but when all that falls away, when all that's been dealt with, what really matters is our concept of shared citizenship. And that's really my first point, connectivity. It's 2024, as my youngest daughter tells me. In 1624,
Let's pull your mic.
in 1624, is that better? Hello? I think I've sat on my microphone. Is that okay? Can you hear me? I hope you can. It's 2024, so I'm reliably told. In 1624, a poet called John Donne wrote a poem that sums it all up, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just going to read two very short verses to you. A lot of you will have heard this before. No man is an island, entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. And I think that whole idea of no man is an island is actually what this session is about, because we are now connected through technology, through my smartphone, through the internet, through all the stuff we've been talking about at this conference. Hardly anything happens in the world now without having a knock-on effect with something else. Hello, okay. Sorry, have you lost all that? You don't
No.
We heard you well.
Okay. So the whole point really is that this connectivity is now absolute. There's no going back on it. For better or for worse, we live in a totally connected global community. And we talk about global, we haven't yet talked about citizens. To be a citizen means having a shared responsibility, a shared participation in the body politic, not just of your country or your tribe or whatever it is, but of the world. So I really kick off with that first statement by John Donne, no man is an island. It's a fact of today's world. Secondly, I want to say something about education and next gen. Now, we've talked a little bit about next gen in this conference. I thought we might have talked much more, because for me, it's one of the most interesting things happening in education, not just in the UK, but worldwide now. And it's really about looking at education from the bottom up. It's seeing the world upside down. There's a new curriculum coming in Saudi Arabia, I think. There's a lot of work going on there. Fantastic, I'm all for that. But actually, where does it start? If you understand next gen and Generation Alpha and all that stuff, then you actually start with the children themselves. And you work out where their values are, where their concerns are, where their aspirations are, coming back to the word I used at the start, where their ambitions are. And you construct your curriculum on the basis of the pupils, the children, rather than bottom down. One of the things which I hate is the mix-up of education and training. There's an awful lot I've heard at this conference connecting to education, which isn't actually about education, it's about training. There's nothing wrong with training. We need skills, we need people to be equipped for the wonderful jobs of the 21st century and the 22nd. But actually, that's not education. Education is about values, beliefs, theories, daring to say the unpopular or the original. And all too frequently, if we're not careful, education becomes a machine for training rather than a true exercise in developing our creativity. So that's the second point, really, is let's look at the world from the bottom up rather than the top down. Let's have a world where the curriculum is based on children and their aspirations, not what adults think is good for them. Last but not least, and this has been picked up by some of you already, but it's something which I'm very concerned about, is the long term, the very long term, as I call it. And the very long term, it's not north-south, it's not rich-poor,
it's not capitalist, communist, or whatever. The real long term is about the depopulation and the effects which we're going to have through falling population towards the end of this century. And how, okay, now there are lots of economic arguments on that, we've heard already, but the one thing which I find fascinating is once we have serious population decline, in addition to all the economic problems, who's going to pay my pension or whatever, the big problem is what is then education for in a world of falling population. It is going to have a huge effect on our values, our aspirations, final word, coming back to it, our ambitions. I'm really sorry if you couldn't hear me.
Oh, we heard you.
Oscar.
We heard you. Just
you don't want to hear me again.
A little scratchy microphone that was distracting. We didn't want to distract from your comments, so we can hear you. Yeah. So there's some really interesting points there about that sense of shared humanity. You mentioned, Dunn. He talks about every individual being one piece of the greater whole that is humanity itself. And you also mentioned, I think, pupils in that and children in that. But let's take us on, Esther, if you might, and just connect those with the parents and the parent voice and the role of schools. So maybe you can just give us some of your thoughts about the role of parents in this dialogue.
Well, thank you, Wendy. I will not just talk about the point of view of the parents, but also of the students.
Yeah.
And I want to pick up on two things that Anthony mentioned. One is responsibility, and the other is education not being the same as training. Mm-hmm. And I will go from the global view to the very local one. Actually, what I want to emphasize that also education is not equal to schooling. But in the global citizenship education element is very much built on the fact that education starts at home. Mm-hmm. And we know that up to about age 11, the biggest impact on students' attitude towards learning is shaped by the parents, actually regardless of the level of education of the parents, that it is taken over by the peer group. So teachers, although it's very uncomfortable, have to adjust their views, their practices, and also their expectations to that. And what we in Parents International advocate for is to recognize the school as a safe playground to learn citizenship. And I think the safe space element is very, very important. So if you attend school as a student, if you have children in the school as a parent, or if you are a teacher at the school, then usually, the citizenship elements of schooling are much less dangerous than going to vote and voting for a government or making big decisions in business. So erring and learning from your errors should be an element in school which should be exercised and also supported. So schools do play should play a very important role in citizenship education. Actually, not making it possible to try it has an impact. We know that if there is a civics subject in a school, but the school itself is not participatory, and there is no room for exercising your decision making, if there is no room for critical thinking, then actually the skills are not gained. So people coming out of those school systems will not be active and conscious citizens. The challenge is that we know it, but we also know it when you ask any stakeholders, teachers, parents, even the students, what is the role of school? Citizenship will be the last. Yeah. Academic development, preparation for the labor market, even it was mentioned several times today and also yesterday how social emotional learning is important, but citizenship education is still low on the agenda. So my first point is that we should make it more important for everybody because schools play a substantial role. What we also know that everybody understands that schools need to change. And we also know from talking to parents and talking to students that they want to be part of this change. So making decisions on changing schooling, and I deliberately not use the word education, reimagining education, what curricula should cover and what curricula should not cover, what should be the emphasis. Parents and students want to be part of it. And very rightfully so, because students are there, they know what's happening to them every day. And also, we keep reminding policymakers, school leaders, teachers that parents are your politicians, your labor market, your trade unions, because parents come from all walks of life. So they actually bring real life experiences into the school. And what we see is that excluding parents and students from the reimagination of education also is kind of tragic, because in many countries, after the schools reopened, a lot of students never went back. There is a global exodus from school systems. We are part of a global initiative to educate all kids. It is a Canadian initiative, because we see that they will be isolated. And it's super important for children to actually attend school, because normally for a child, the first personal experience of living in a diverse community is in the school, because normally parents have friends who are like them. So it is of utmost importance that children are actually back at school, and it will not happen without the parents and students being part of change. So this is my second point. And the third one, and I promise not to finish on a very low point, but still what we see is that while the education professionals have a key role in engaging students and engaging the parents of their students, unfortunately, in general, education professionals have lower levels of citizenship skills than the general population. Usually people choosing the teaching professions are looking for safety. They are comfortable in a very hierarchical system, and they go back there. So if we want to make it happen, we need to invest a lot in the skills and competencies development of teachers, because at the moment it is lacking. And what I want to mention, because I think it is hopeful, because it is developing, that we started a new initiative as Parents International called New Education Deal Parents First, as early as May 2020. So it was at the end of the first school closures globally. And it will probably sound very familiar, because a lot of things have been mentioned by different speakers in the last 2 days, that what parents and students are also part of this, the creation of this deal. They want school to be acknowledged as a space for social learning, learning how to live together. Because, you know, the technology is there to learn mathematics or chemistry, but there is no technology available for learning how to live as global citizens together. The second is to acknowledge that education is much more complex than schooling, and acknowledge that your education is happening every minute, everywhere. For this to happen, we definitely need to have an agreement on what is basic, because schools also should support basic skills development. But in most countries, currently, basic skills, the package is far too big. So if we want to have an emphasis on transversal skills like citizenship, then we have to cut back on the knowledge content. Everybody, even that time, wanted to have a focus on well-being and to have much more emphasis on arts. Doing sports, super important for citizenship education, because it is a collaborative action. And to include the whole well-being and arts element much more, because there is far too much emphasis on STEM. What is also important is to reimagine assessment. Probably not many of you remember, but scrapping the exams for that first year just freed people. They could actually learn much more freely. Everybody was insistent on keep using digital tools, because it is a reality, even though some governments are trying to suppress the use of digital technology. And surprise, surprise, because it's a parent initiative, it would be super important for the school to know much more about the home situation of children and to properly collaborate, because that is also an element of citizenship education. And why I'm really hopeful is that a lot of things are happening within this initiative around the globe.
Yeah.
So I really hope that we will be able to support the global citizenship.
And I love this kind of picture that you're painting of this, like learning to participate, at that very early stage. And you also brought in the idea there of diversity. And I'd love to turn to Daniel, if we can, and just think about, the importance of collaboration and what's sometimes called cultural humility. And I think you have a great lived experience of navigating so many different cultures, and it would just be really interesting just to sort of reflect that back with us. So please.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and absolutely, even though my background is not in education or in policy per se, I think, as you said, my personal experience has definitely kind of demonstrated a lot of what the direct skills application are when it comes to being a global citizen and navigating especially different cultural environments and society. So even just starting with myself personally, I was born and raised in California, but my father is from Hong Kong originally, and he's an immigrant who migrated over. Met my mother, who is from the American Midwest, very different cultural scenarios. But I was very privileged to be raised in that multicultural environment that really instilled in me, I think, the value of understanding different cultures, learning different languages. And actually, when I was in university, I pursued a dual degree program, one in computer science and the other in international relations with a focus on the Middle East. And through that experience, actually did an exchange program living in Jordan and in Egypt, where I was also learning Arabic. And through that direct experience, actually got the idea, the inspiration for the company that I ultimately started. So I got to know some of the shopkeepers in the local neighborhood where I was staying, and realized that they had a lot of challenges with getting goods for their shops, just supplying their communities. And that kind of inspired the technology side of me to say, hey, can I build out an app? Can I build out a system to help these shops order easily for the products they need to make sure that they're always in stock, for their communities? And so I started working on that idea when I was back at university. Ended up presenting that for a business competition that my school ran. Won a small prize in funding, and then used that as an excuse to then drop out of university. So I didn't even get my full undergraduate degree. But I was obviously benefited from all of these different institutions and experiences. And how I actually ended up getting it started, once again, just kind of building on these bridges and exploring in all different directions, was I reached out to different local consumer goods companies across a variety of different regions, and ended up getting responses back from companies in Kenya who said, hey, this is a fantastic idea, a fantastic solution. If you come to Kenya, we'll be the first people to try it out. And I said, okay, sounds like I should go to Kenya. So 2 weeks later, I fly out, I go over to Kenya, and 8 years later, we have a company that's now working across 6 different African countries, has about 3,000 people, and has delivered millions of orders to right now about 200,000 shops across 6 countries. So, but all of that is because of just this, I think, cultural curiosity and once again, kind of building bridges, kind of using the opportunity to kind of connect the dots between different spheres. My technology background, my interest in originally the Middle East, and then now on a Pan-African basis as well. So it's been quite a journey, but I think very much was enabled by the fact that all of these institutions, I think these policies and these outlooks on how do we actually enable a more integrated world are in place.
But there's a lot to unpack there, isn't there, about the ability for mobility that you had, but also the spark for the innovation came from some of your exposure to things that you wouldn't have been exposed to otherwise. And obviously your credentials of not graduating is a great entrepreneur.
Very helpful, yeah.
Credential, that's everybody holds that up. But you mentioned there that that, that phenomenon of Kenya, just, with that entrepreneurial spirit that we know so well. So, I mean, that's a great segue, I think, to bring you in, Ed, with all your experience of just giving us an insight really into Africa as a continent that reflects the mega trends, the youth, entrepreneurship. It's phenomenal what's going on there. So give us some of your,
It sure is at scale. And as we've touched on, the concept of global citizenry is shifting enormously, continually, and Africa will have a huge role to play in that. And that is of great importance, as the kingdom has recognized in increasing in recent years its ties and the depth of its ties. Now, my particular focus at the moment is on demography, and I wrote a book called Youthquake. Again, resonates in the kingdom, this issue, why African demography matters. And, there are tectonic shifts going on in global demography at the moment. Anthony touched on the fact that global population is likely to peak and even possibly be falling by the end of the century. But before then, there's a great deal going on. China and India are very much focused on at the moment because India has overtaken China, China's population has peaked, all these issues come up, but to my astonishment as Director of Africa Research Institute, so I'm biased, it's amazing how often African demography is overlooked. And the fact is that by 2050, the African population will have multiplied by 11 times in a century. Put that in context, Asia multiplied only by 4 times in its century of expansion. And Africa will have gone from less than 10% of the global population at the end of the 50s. In 2050, it will have become 25%. Now, at that point, 40% of all children being born globally will be African. Just think of that. And we hear a lot of youth. Youth in labour terms is generally defined as being between 15 and 24. In 24, 1/3 of the world's youth will be African. Wow. So, wherever you live in the world, 2 billion. Whether it's here in the kingdom or us in UK, we have to start thinking about this and engaging with it, because what's happening in Africa is going to affect everything, and therefore the definition of citizenry globally. It's going to affect food security, climate change goals and planetary strains, trade patterns, geopolitics, anything you can think of to do with global citizenry. The second point I'd like to make is that it's been a huge relief at this conference not to hear the term demographic dividend once, because you go to a conference in Africa and it will come up all the time. And most people have not the slightest idea of what it means, certainly not of the original economic theory underpinning it, which was formulated in the late 1990s. And in Africa itself, but also in many other parts of the world, the idea is that, just add more. And so, if we're going to have lots more youth, that's good for us. Well, I'm sure all of us here have enjoyed some wonderful cooking over the last 3 days. And I'd like to use a cookery analogy, that if you just take the ingredients, they are not the dish. You have to do things to the ingredients. And you will only get a demographic dividend if you contribute to the health, education, skills of the population, and finally provide them with jobs. Now, the education I'll pass over because time is limited, and I would just say that there are certain countries in the continent where the number of primary school pupils has tripled since 2020. Tripled. Wow. This is a huge challenge. And in higher education, as the Times Educational Supplement said not so long ago, article last year, the scale of the challenge in providing higher education is breathtaking. Jobs, I will say something about and then finish off. Again, we need to understand from all our perspectives around the world, the scale of what's happening. There are 30 million Africans reaching the age of 15 every year. So that's the equivalent of the kingdom's population reaching the age of 15 every year. In the 20s, 250 million Africans will move into the age of being working age. Now that is an equivalent number to the European Union's entire workforce, and that's coming in 1 decade. The IMF reckons that 18 million decent jobs are required every year. At the moment, the continent is providing about 3. So last year, I mean, one announcement that I saw caught the eye, but it's so common. 14,000 jobs were advertised by the South African police. There were 530,000 applicants.
Wow.
And this is typical, whichever country you're, you know, whether it's Sudan or Uganda, I could bring you an anecdote from each. But I want to end on a positive note, which is, I mean, our business at Africa Research Institute was about knowledge sharing. It was about finding people on the continent doing extraordinarily positive things, like Daniel and his colleagues who are, you know, finding a problem, getting around it, and then sharing how they did it. Every country, 54 countries, of course, in the continent, is different. The nature of the challenge will be slightly different, but it won't be totally different. So, you know, I think Anthony used the term, maybe optimist. I wouldn't go that. I'm a possibilist. Possibilist. And there are examples, you know, for all the challenges to be met. And this is the importance of knowledge sharing. You know, if we go back to the state of South Korea in the early 60s, which is probably ancient history for most of you, I mean, you cannot believe where that country is now in terms of its, not only its size of its economy and so forth, but its educational provision, which was non-existent. We're seeing the same in Vietnam. I'm, as a historian trained, you know, the Vietnam War I grew up with. So Vietnam started, day one, in a sense, of modern Vietnam was 1990. And here too, in the kingdom, as we've been hearing right throughout, you know, initiatives are just multiplying at dealing with these issues of what's called chronic youth in demographic terms. That's the term, meaning it's deep-seated, it's long-lasting, not that it's insoluble. You know, we've seen initiatives here as well, and this heightens the importance of global citizenship and of cooperating and sharing knowledge and experience across borders.
It's a fascinating insight, and I think just a reflection of so many of those megatrends. And I know, if I can come to you, Altaib, that, you know, that sense of taking global citizenship, but within the construct of sustainable development and the work that you do through UNICEF. I mean, just bring us home, really, into where are we going in this space? I mean, just give us your thoughts.
Well, yeah, thank you so much, Wendy. And first, just to say, I'm very glad and very happy to be part of this intellectual discussion, actually. And it's very inspiring and thought and think, actually, also provoking discussion. And as has been said earlier, the global citizens as a topic, or global citizenship, is really an important one. Anthony was mentioning that, especially when we look at the focus of this conference. So really glad to be here and just to be among you, and glad to bring the perspective from the UN, and especially related to sustainable development. First of all, just to say, UNICEF, you know, and other UN staff, by the nature of their work and their background, their characteristics, are global citizens. They come from different backgrounds, and they also work on global issues. They work in developed countries, developing countries, in high-income countries, middle-income countries, low-income countries. And they work really to advance the sustainable development goals, the global goals. You know, the names actually, as you see, is global goals. So again, looking at how they can really bring solutions to the pressing global issues. If you talk about COVID-19 pandemic, for example, that's one of the, the global issues which the world was confronted with recently. And if you remember, we were saying no one is safe until everyone is safe. So that means we really have to be connected. We need to be working together and to be working as global citizens. So that kind of perspective of the global citizenship comes very quite clear here. And of course, there are other issues related to poverty eradication, suffering, elevation, and climate change, as had been said, earlier. The climate change crisis, which is a global crisis, but also we have the learning crisis. And we have been debating over the last 2 days how we can make sure that we re-innovate and we reimagine education to make it more suitable for the next generation, to make it more suitable for the future work. So that's part of the work of the UN in general. But I can say that also more specifically for UNICEF. I think one of the positive contribution around the world is the work UNICEF staff does or do on the promotion and protection of the child rights. The child rights are universal, so that's also bring you to that perspective of the global citizenship. And I think that these rights are the same, in all contexts. Although, of course, their fulfillment will depend and respond to respond to the local culture and its specificity. So that's, again, that perspective I can talk to about the UN staff and UN role in general. But when it comes to global citizenship, as Anthony was saying earlier, global citizenship, it's about, the social, economic, political, and environmental action that is taken by globally minded individuals in all the world, around all the world. And I think when we look at it in terms of sustainable development, there is very important, I think, a profound aspect of promoting global citizenship in sustainable development, because that will allow individuals to embrace, the social responsibility to take action in not only in their societies, but also globally. So that's how I think it comes. But again, there is strong correlation between sustainable development and citizenship, because the global citizenship is actually embedded in the sustainable development goals. You have the sustainable development goal related to education, the SDG 4. And as part of SDG 4, which is about ensuring, inclusive and quality education for all, but also lifelong learning, it has one of the targets which is related to global citizenship. And that target saying by 2030, the international community has agreed to ensure that all learners will acquire knowledge, skills, and values, as you said, needed for promotion of the SDGs, including the global citizenship. So that global citizenship is one of the targets there. But I would like to say, actually, since we talked earlier a little bit about children, and I'm glad to hear that. I want to say that the global, the human capability development start at the earliest years of the child life, and the whole concept and the foundation of the global, of the human capability development is about actually children who are experiencing nurturing care in all its aspects, in its aspect of nutrition, health, nutrition, good health, safety, as well as, of course, responsive caregiving and learning opportunities. And we say that learning opportunities now should also be complemented with the skills. So if you start at that early stage, then you build the foundation for the human capability development. Maybe I will stop here because I'm looking at the time.
Yeah, no, I asked you to bring it home and you did just that, so it's just fantastic. I am just aware of the clock, but hopefully this is a great reflection of lifelong learning. I have learned a lot from my peers and colleagues here, and I hope it's triggered some new thoughts for you. But I think when we're talking about that sense of people, planet, and shared prosperity, we've heard some very interesting focus. We saw it in COVID. We saw the way that, one world, connected, hyper-dependent, and here we are reminding ourselves again of the one world and the opportunity really to build a deep knowledge through curiosity and collaboration and cultural humility and the sense of entrepreneurship that we've talked about. So I think there's a huge opportunity to emphasize again the critical role of global citizenship in order, as you said very eloquently, to drive sustainable development. And that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about that. So how good is that? It's like we practiced.
Just on time.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for your time. Thank you. Thank you. Just at the gong. That was good. Great. So we'll see some of you back here for the next session. But thank you so much for your attention. Our speakers are here. If you want to ask them comments or questions, please follow up with them. We just had a taster of all that they know. That was
I don't think so, no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was going to say 4.7, because I do a lot of work in Mission 4.7.
Oh, that's very
So,
important.
yes. So I was loving the way you
have a QR code,
that, so it's really good. Critical. It actually it says it. It actually says it, doesn't it? In order to make these things happen, you need to.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to those of you here in the room who are joining us and to those of you who are watching the live stream. My name is Dr. J.D. Larocque. I'm the president and CEO of the Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship, also known as NIFTY. We're a global nonprofit organization that works in underserved communities to help young people learn how to launch businesses. And we are here today to talk about research and innovation. Expanding possibilities, progress, and impact. This is what research and innovation are all about. They have played a critical role in unlocking human capability and meeting goals for sustainable development. They help us to adapt, recalibrate, and to bounce forward in the face of global tipping points such as aging populations, lack of access to education and health care, climate change, and geopolitical crises. And this session will explore those trends and talk about what research and innovation means to humankind now. And we're very privileged to have a fantastic panel joining us today. Let me introduce them to you. First, Dr. Wendy Purcell. She's a professor at Rutgers University and the T.H. Chan School of Public Health at Harvard. She's also the past president of Plymouth University in the United Kingdom. Dr. Ulrich Christensen, chairman and CEO of Area 9 Lyceum, which is a learning platform expanding innovative learning models to physicians and students and many other populations throughout the world. And Dr. Andrei Kunov, founder and president of the Silicon Valley Innovation Center in California. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Now, let me set the stage and open it with a little bit of a fun and soft question, because, of course, research and innovation are not new. In fact, we can say that they are the things that have propelled humankind's progress from time immemorial. And if we look at just even the past couple hundred years, we can identify how research and innovation have powered the Industrial Revolution, the biomedical revolution, the atomic revolution, the personal computer revolution, the internet revolution, and now, of course, the AI revolution. So my question to each of you to open us up for discussion is, what's one innovation in the last 200 years that you think has been particularly consequential for humankind, and why? Andre, let's start with you.
Okay, well, thank you, JD, for your question. And I also want to thank the organizers of this conference. It's a really lovely place here. And I think the topics that we're discussing are very relevant to the future of this country and the global development. So to answer your question, I would probably focus on the most recent changes that had happened just over the last few years. In my personal opinion, it's AI revolution that we are undergoing right now, which has the biggest potential to transform our life. And the reason for that is that all the most recent innovations that had happened recently, they are kind of built on the shoulders of the previous ones that we had, which was, I would say, mobile, internet, semiconductors, and so on. We can go all the way to the beginning of our civilization. So every next innovation that happens of the size of AI has a much bigger potential to transform everything in our life, for better or worse. So I would vote for AI as probably the biggest one that we have not even completely comprehended the entire impact that it's going to have on all aspects of our life.
And that is a distinctive thing about this revolution, isn't it? People keep saying, this time it's going to affect all of us and everything. Thank you very much. Ulrich, what do you say?
Of course, I agree with AI being absolutely transformational. Like, we work with it every day, and it's jaw-dropping. But I think that there's something else that has led us to here, and I think that there are many things that, as a physician, I should, of course, say like antibiotics or something like that. But I think that in the context of this conference, I think that maybe an unusual thing that we forget to think about is like how semantics and how development of programming languages have changed our lives. This ability to interface humans with computers through expressing what we want them to do, which is actually the reason why you can get to algorithmics and you can get to developing breakthroughs, the internet, AI, and so forth and so on. And we still see today that we're a company that has for years been developing programming languages for highly specific things. And to see the magic of how you allow humans to benefit from technology, I think is really transformational. I think that it maybe leads to one of my favorite quotes of the last 18 months, which is like, you're probably not going to be substituted by AI. you're going to be substituted by humans using AI. This is why this ability to describe things to computers is, for me, one of the most fascinating breakthroughs of the last decades.
And your comment also touches on something we're hearing much more about these days. Yes, the idea of computers and digital assets moving from being tools to being more co-workers, if you like, or companions. This is something we'll explore more as we go on. Wendy, how about you?
Well, I'm going to sort of try and encourage us to sort of look at sort of the iPhone, because it's not a breakthrough, you know, because lots of innovation, when we think about it, we think about these shifts, you know, these paradigm shifts, and that's the breakthrough, and that's what innovation looks like. But I think a lot of innovation is just kind of incremental and daily, and it's people saying, oh, I wonder why or if. So they're quite small things. So here you have lots of different things that already existed. Somebody thought to bring them together. When they took that idea to Jobs, apparently he said a very rude word and said, no one will buy it. And here we all are. Everyone on the conference is here, and we're in real time. And so here was a kind of an innovation that was bringing together other things. And so I'd like us to think, yes, the breakthroughs, fabulous, you know, we get these shifts, but I think a lot of innovation is that daily expression of curiosity and wonder, and that, I think, is a fuel for innovation. So I'm going to pick the iPhone.
Thank you very much for that. I guess that leaves it to me to represent the historical perspective, because the answer to my own question is I hearken back to the germ theory of disease as a research breakthrough that still resonates today, of course, in our post-COVID age. Bringing together different things, different topics, is also one thing we think about when we think about the Sustainable Development Goals. They are a context that many of us now use to frame how we think of the progress that humankind ought to be making. And I wonder what you think of the SDGs as an appropriate framework to organize research and innovation and to prioritize research and innovation. Wendy, what are your thoughts about that?
So, I mean, I like the SDGs. You know, we've got 17 goals, and 193 countries agreed on them. Phenomenal. 169 targets or whatever. So, you know, that's a phenomenal kind of expression of probably the nearest thing we have to a strategy for our world. There are things that are imperfect about them. There are things that are left out. We're currently doing a lot of work which is thinking beyond the SDGs, and we're focusing on things like quality of life and flourishing. But I think as a framework, as an iconography, a shared language, you know, they're very helpful. To design a research and innovation strategy that only has those edges, I think is rear-view mirror, because, you know, they were elaborated in 2015, they go out till 2030, we're still way behind. But I think, given the sense of the architecture which is saying, in order to realize the challenges of our day, to create a world truly where no one is left behind, because that's the ultimate outcome goal of the SDGs, which I think will stand the test of time. So that ultimate outcome goal of a world where no one is left behind, we have to do things differently. We have to navigate disruption. We have to innovate. We have to think about, I mean, people have listed 6 great transitions that we have to kind of master. Energy, you know, health and well-being. So I think in that sense, as a fuel for, you know, if we really want to arrive at the point of leaving no one behind, where everyone has the right to a quality of life, then we have to recognize that they are a kind of call to innovate collectively and globally. So in that sense, I think they tick the box. Would I design my R&I strategy around them only? No, because I'd be leaving too much territory unmapped in that sense. So.
Let me come back to that, but let me ask you, gentlemen, when you think about some of the core topics that the SDGs encompass, as Dr. Purcell said, climate, public health, energy, poverty, gender equality, how do the SDGs play out in some of the work that you do? You're a medical doctor. What is the relevance of the SDGs to the work that you do for learning platforms that involve physicians, for example?
Well, so I think, of course, we were happy to see that education is spelled out as a core goal. I think so my reflection, not working across all 17 areas, is more like if you look at the breadth of the necessity of a strategy, it's necessary to make such a broad strategy if it's the strategy for the world. But one thing that is striking is how much all 17 areas requires innovation. Requires a fundamental shift in how we address things, because if we're just trying to do decimal changes in all of them at the same time, it's probably not going to bring us very far. And so from my perspective, and also taking active part in the leadership of a large university, I think that this is a matter of trying to figure out how do we change the way we think about innovation? How do we think about education so that we equip the world to be able to address these one by one? Because of course, this will not take an army, this will take the world to change all 17 or to do something about them. But the fundamental fuel to drive that is education. So there is education as a specific tool, the way they're expressed in the goal, but there's also education as a way to actually catalyze change in all 17.
Do you find that the work that you're doing with doctors around the world will be helpful in addressing the next pandemic that the world faces? Because there will, unfortunately, be a next pandemic.
Of course, there is no discussion that our main antidote against these kind of like scary scenarios is education. We contribute to it, but many others are important in that ecosystem. I do think that it's also important, like there is an interesting story from the beginning of the pandemic that one of our largest partners, the American Heart Association, who deals with the acute situations where people die. The pandemic represented like an absolute catastrophe because we were moving the disease in and out of the mouth of these patients, and they had to transform the way healthcare practice was made all over the world in a matter of days. It takes them 5 years normally to make small changes in those guidelines. Mm-hmm. And we had to roll out global training programs in no time. We had never seen that. That was way before we even have to figure out how to send the kids home behind the computer screen. We had to make sure that our healthcare personnel didn't die. So I think that it was a wake-up call for everybody that organizations that used to work in 5-year cycles suddenly had to work in 5-hour cycles, and I'm not even exaggerating.
Wow. Thank you very much for that. Andre, how about you in the work that you oversee at the Innovation Center? Does it map to the Sustainable Development Goals? Does it go beyond that? How does it play out?
Well, I would say that for me personally, SDGs and innovation are kind of orthogonal to each other. Meaning that if you look at where innovation is coming from, it's mostly been coming from the private sector. When people were inventing new things because they were sort of, in many ways, profiting from that. Not necessarily even in the recent times, but even in the older times when people could see that they could gain very specific value from inventing something, those inventions would become widespread across the globe. SDGs is more like a collective group thinking, wishful thinking, I would even say, and I'm not trying to downplay the social role of that group thinking. But it's more like, I would say, a list of things that have to be done in order to improve quality of life and for humanity to have a chance to survive. Like, let's say climate change, right? Mm-hmm. It's a great goal that people have put for themselves to save ourselves from ourselves, essentially, right? By improving climate. Now, when we look at the actual outcomes, what's been done, we see that there's not much that's been done there,
maybe not in results, but what about in terms of innovation? Because you see things in solar and wind that were not around 20 years ago.
That is happening regardless of the climate changes. It's happening because the cost of traditional sources of energy have become more and more expensive, right? We're depleting natural resources. So again, because of the private interest, we're now moving into inventing new sources of energy. So for me, again, I'm still struggling to see how innovation would quickly trickle down or convert into achieving those social goals that we as a humanity have to achieve. And when I look at the climate change, I feel really a little bit desperate, like many other people, I guess, when we see that there is a huge collective action problem among the nations. We all talk about that kind of wishful, in terms of wishful thinking, wishing that we could improve the changes in climate that we cannot control by infusing, let's say, innovation into that. But is that really happening? We are still seeing global temperatures going up, right? And they will probably go up regardless of what kind of innovations we will put in there. So I'm kind of a little bit skeptical about that, and it's unfortunate.
Yes.
Just to make the point and to emphasize, something that you said, which was, when we were faced with COVID collectively, globally, we did move at speed. We showed what we could do. I know we had threat of death, right? And we kind of got the same threat now.
Right.
But we trusted people. We had different governance mechanisms. We had a sense of shared purpose and focus on the end goal. And I think that shows us that we can, if we chose to, we could marshal collectively and fix these things.
That's a good example, actually. I would agree with that. But even in that case, we should remember where those vaccines actually came from. They came from the private sector.
Absolutely.
And your comments,
and universities.
Your comments, Andre, raise a very important point in the context of our dialogue and this conference. Now, here we are sitting in a country that is undergoing a rapid transformation, and the question arises, what are the sources that power that transformation? Your argument is, don't forget about the importance and maybe even the primacy of the private sector in promoting that transformation, even as a national government, for example, is the progenitor of that desire. It calls to mind, for me, the other epochs in history where governments, the private sector, and academic institutions have come together helpfully to drive change in civil society. I think about that famous report, Science, the Endless Frontier, by Vannevar Bush, who was President Roosevelt's advisor during World War II, MIT administrator. And he realized that the energies that the private sector and academia and government were putting toward the aims of World War II could be helpfully repositioned after the war to drive progress in curing disease, in addressing economic inequality, and in promoting science and technological innovation. And that actually formed the basis of a social compact in the US and in other countries around the world, where a three-legged stool of government providing research funding, academia providing knowledge discovery, and the private sector also providing knowledge discovery, but more importantly, knowledge transformation and application into practical uses, came together to really speed the scientific advances that we're now talking about. It's good to remember that AI wasn't invented 2 years ago, even though we've all suddenly become aware of it because of ChatGPT. It's a concept that first emerged in the 1950s. Well, let me go into AI, and I'd like to offer a proposition to all of you, which is that just as in previous eras we saw new worlds emerge, so with the scientific revolution we saw a new appreciation for the biological and physical world, discoveries that we just didn't know were there before, things we didn't know were there before. Today it can fairly be said that we live fully in a digital world. And by that I mean there are so many things that are touching aspects of our lives, and they include much more than AI. There's social media, there is the Internet of Things, there's augmented reality and virtual reality, there is, importantly, industrial AI and its applications, such as digital twinning. And all of these things together are why we observe that AI is going to affect all of us and be meaningful to all of us. Do you agree with this concept that we really need to think now about what it means to live in a digital world? And how do we translate that into an agenda for further advances in research and innovation? We'd like to get us started. Yes.
So I think that there is no discussion that particularly the large language models represents a very unique change for two reasons. The first one is that it is a remarkable breakthrough. It touches upon everything we have tried to educate ourselves and our kids about in the past unfortunately, almost everything, which is knowledge. But more importantly, it gets close to us because now the technology suddenly behaves in a language we can understand. It talks to us in our own language, so it becomes very close to what we understand. I think that the change has happened long ago. Like the way, for instance, our education system was equipped was outdated 30 years ago, maybe even 40. It was an industrial model that was made to solve a completely different problem. I think that we finally have a chance now because people are accepting that they're facing an irrevocable change. We cannot turn back this. The cat is out of the bag. And that allows us to potentially rethink this. But I don't think it's the specific breakthroughs that are requiring this. I think it's just bringing an underlying problem to the surface, which is we fundamentally need to prepare ourselves for a very, very different future. And as an example, if you take this discussion about climate change, one of the largest problems is we can't even agree on what it is. My close second to the biggest breakthrough from the last 200 years was the scientific method. But I don't necessarily think that it has fully worked. I think it has great impact, but we still have people debating whether we can trust the science that is documented in climate change. And that makes at least me a little bit worried that we have a bigger education problem to actually make sure that penetrates completely, because before we can agree what the problem is, it's impossible to change it. To Einstein's point, let's spend 90% on the problem and 10% on the solution.
Andre, I know that as head of the Silicon Valley Innovation Center, you're obviously got your finger on the pulse, not just on what's happening, but what's happening next. So for the audience here today, what is the next big thing in AI?
Well, I'm going to just express my personal opinion because nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. But personally, I think what's going to happen, it's actually already happening right now. We're going to see a huge development in what I would call AI agents. Right now, we're using AI sort of like we go to, let's say, ChatGPT website and it answers questions, right? That's kind of the value that we're getting out of it right now. What's happening right now before our eyes is that kind of AI is transforming itself into a way more useful form of AI when you will have a digital, like you call it a digital twin. That's kind of a similar concept to a digital AI agent who will represent your interests, essentially. If you want to do shopping, if you want to negotiate, if you want to do pretty much anything on the internet, there will be a better you who will be doing that much more efficiently than the way you're doing it now. When you're trying to buy something, or you want to sell something, or you want to do whatever you think internet can provide you with, there will be an AI agent who will be talking to another AI agent, representing other individuals, and they will make our lives, I hope, they will make our lives way better than we are now still wasting lots of our productive time on the internet trying to solve some utility problems for ourselves, like, buying or selling. So that's what I believe is going to happen very soon. And in addition to that, I think quantum computing is going to change that as well. Sort of that is going to work together really well. Because quantum computing will probably make AI way stronger than we even know right now. If you heard about this news, Sam Altman, one of the founders of OpenAI, is now doing fundraising of something like close to $7 trillion to set up the new infrastructure for running AI. If quantum computing becomes a reality, there's no need for that kind of investment anymore, because quantum computers will essentially substitute all of that investment, will make it not necessary, redundant for the purpose of AI. So that's what I believe hopefully is going to happen. That AI will become much more personalized to all of us, essentially substituting individuals who are helping us as assistants and becoming infinitely more powerful in that role, plus the power of computing.
I'd like to ask you, Wendy, if you foresee a future where there are AI agents as research assistants in the university context. It's been said that that AI may make human research redundant or at least less important. And I wonder what you think about that, because of course in the university context, universities are the progenitors of much of this technology in the first place. But we're also, as Andre just said, just seeing how quantum computing and AI is leading to revolutions in scientific and research processes. The sequencing of genomes that used to take weeks or months are now taking hours and days, as one small example. So how do you, as a former university president, see these technologies changing the process of research?
Yeah, I'm really excited about this new space, and a couple of things. It reminds me, of, seeing, I think back to my schooling. You can't bring a calculator in because you need to understand the basics, and you can't bring your mobile phone into the classroom because you might look something up. And now we're saying, oh, AI is going to come and take over. I think it's going to take over some things that we actually probably not as good as the AI would be, but it won't do some of the kind of leaps of discovery. That bit where your mind is wandering and it's kind of pulling things together, that piece in your brain. I don't think it can do that because we're calling it artificial intelligence. I don't think it is intelligence. It's this large language models. And so it's fed with stuff. Some of the stuff it's fed with is quite biased. Some of it is, it's still doing its hallucinations. Some of those biases are quite worrying around diversity. So we've got to do better training. But we are training it, and it will give us back. Hopefully, it won't be like the chatbots when I'm like, please put me through to a person when it's doing my shopping online. But hopefully, it will take some of the grind away. Some of that processing that you're talking about that happens in labs and things like that. We can run a lab 24/7 and have it doing the sequencing. That's not really why PhD students show up. They show up to do the discovery piece, the leaps of faith, the serendipity, the real sense of human creativity unleashed. Imagine if our human creativity was unleashed in percentages terms. I mean, it could be phenomenal. So I'm really excited about this next step. I don't see it as a risk. I do see it as we have to rethink some of our fundamental assumptions.
So I think that I completely agree. I think we have a tendency to think that the technology will just transform what we're doing now into something very similar just made by that technology. Exactly. The best example is we thought that robotics would be robotics teachers standing in front of a board and then writing on a blackboard, and I don't think that that's what's going to happen. And I lost a bet. I surrendered a bet. I admitted I'd lost it 5 minutes after I made it the other day with our CTO, who's a top-notch expert in AI, and he claimed robotics is going to be able to do X, Y, and Z, and I was like, yeah, but there are things it won't be able to do. And I have to admit that I was thinking exactly the way you shouldn't be thinking. And we were discussing about how to do a phlebotomy, take a blood sample. This thing, and I was thinking about, we needed to get the robot to palpate where the vein is to figure out how to do it. And after 5 minutes, he said, we can just combine two technologies. We use imaging, and then we combine that with the processing of the needle. And I was like, I lost the bet. I was thinking in the routine way. I was trying to solve the wrong problem with the new technology instead of just combining a super simple technology with the new technology. And I think that those kind of breakthroughs, I don't think we'll see AI robots rolling around. At the last FII, here in this building, there were like robots running around asking questions, offering help. I didn't see them today. I think that those kind of representations of the next breakthroughs are often a little bit overestimated. Right. But what we typically underestimate is the long-term impact of these things. And that will be huge in terms of supporting science, supporting R&D. So I think that, and unfortunately, university is a little bit slow to pick up on it. I had to convince my youngest daughter, where I pay a gazillion in tuition at a university, and I said, you are using ChatGPT to get explanations of the things you don't understand in class. And she says, we're not allowed to use it in class. I said, you just go ahead and use it, and you send the professors to me, and we'll have a fight.
Exactly.
Andre.
Good for you.
What I would add to that obviously AI is going to play absolutely essential role in research, whatever research that is, academic or applied research, because it's such a great tool. But let's also not forget that it's just a tool, at least the way we know it now, right? What makes AI fundamentally different than humans? I believe it's the fact that we have consciousness and we have a motivation. AI has no motivation. It does not act out of its own volition, so to say. So when there is all of those fantasies that we hear a lot, that AI is going to take over the world and it will make us slaves, things like that, right? I don't believe in that for a second, right now, at least. Because AI has no motivation. It has no consciousness as we know it for humans. So unless you activate AI for doing something, for like a search engine, so to say, it's not going to start just doing research on its own, right? So in that regard, it's a great tool, but it only serves a purpose of enhancing the human capabilities. And that's what I hope it's going to stay, well, unless there are some more gloomy predictions about its evolution can be true. But right now, I think it's all the world of fantasies. I believe that what AI is capable of doing for research is essentially reduce the time of finding the right hypothesis and validating it from years and years of digging through all kind of, experimental research and then finding something interesting by jumping right into those potentially very viable hypotheses and validating them really quickly. That's what Wendy just said. PhD students are going to graduate school for. They're not going to school to dig through the years of empirical research and finding zero, right? They are going for creative part of it. And that's where AI, I think, will play a tremendous role.
Just to give you an example, in the old days, and I'm talking a couple of years ago, it was, we cannot give our students the lecture notes because they will not come to class. That was the kind of thinking. And now they can have access to all of that material. Do you know why they come to class? They come to class for meaning making and breakthroughs and discovery and innovation and community building and all of those things, in the human-y bits. They still show up. They show up for that. They're not showing up to collect knowledge, which only I have, which they can only gather by coming up to class. So it's solving the right problem, which is, I think, the point you made.
I must admit, I'm very tempted to hearken back to the earlier piece of your last response and explore the potential for AI to gain consciousness. As we are all well aware, there are those scientists, including some real leaders in the field, who express real concern about what it means when we move from large language models as they stand now to artificial general intelligence. And ethicists and philosophers who are in active conversation about, well, what does it really mean what to have consciousness? And can you produce consciousness? Can you replicate consciousness in the digital world as we do as biological beings? Let's leave that aside for the moment, because I want to actually probe more into the other thing that we've opened here, which is how best should we prepare researchers for this world that we're in and the world ahead? Because as you've all kind of touched on this idea that the technology is here, it is a useful tool, it's speeding things, it's a good thing, net. It may allow us to not have to do some boring things as researchers that we might need to do. On the other hand, I'm not sure that any of us would argue that that means we would abandon the development of basic skills. You still need fundamental literacy and numeracy and more than that to be an effective researcher. I'm not so sure if we would all agree that while AI can sequence a genome in rapid speed, that we shouldn't at least continue teaching students how to, for example, run a gel, just to have some basic grounding in a fundamental task in biological sciences. So I'd like to tease you out on your opinions. Where is the balance? What are the traditional fundamentals that we still need, and what are the things that maybe we don't need, and how should we think about the balance going forward?
So I think that if you take education as an example, 50, 60 years ago, the important role of the professor in the classroom was you came there because that was the source of information. That plus a book. Information became more and more readily available. You get the lecture notes. Now you came there because the professor could help you answer the hardest questions. But in essence, all the way through, maybe the most important thing the professor has brought or the teacher has brought is actually the softer, more tacit things. More like the reason to even learn. Like, why is it a requirement at the university I'm on the board of in Denmark, a technical university? Why is it a requirement that top researchers need to see the students within the first month of them going to campus? Of course, we know that that's the effective ingredient in getting them the motivation that is critical to move forward. I honestly, and some of the professors there hate me for saying that, but I honestly don't think that they're much better, that they're even as good as many of the other ways to convey information. Even if they're the best lecturers in the world, that may not be the best way to learn in a one-to-many situation. It's almost impossible. But they are the best way to create those circumstances for the kinds of learning that will set us apart. And yes, we still need a lot of the skills in the past. We also need new skills, because the difference will be that the better you are at using these technologies, the more you will get out of them. And that's why I think that some of those doomsday scenarios are distracting. What is really important, like with a scalpel for a surgeon cannot do his job without a really, really sharp scalpel. And if you use it the wrong way, you can kill people with it. And we have to find ways we organize ourselves so that these powerful tools are used the right way, and then we put some boundaries on it that they're not used the wrong way.
Dr. Purcell, how do you think about the balance now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about the things like, I agree with you that they need to understand the basics. You know, they need to know, say, like the gel example. I think that was really good. But I'm really sort of focused in on the kind of human skills of like curiosity. So if you look at very young children, you know, and they're picking things up and smelling and wanting to taste, and there's just this incredible kind of wanting to know. It's like a human, and somehow the schooling system, we kind of lose that somehow. And I would love this new era to enable the curiosity, that human curiosity, to be really fueled. That, I think, would be very exciting. I think the other thing is the critical evaluation, which is you have to be able to critique the source of information and what the information is telling you and what the data is telling you. And so I think that critical evaluation skill comes, again, up to the fore. And I think probably the last one, and it's not that they all begin with C, but is collaboration. You know, this sort of magic and synthesis that happens among and through community building. You know, when they look at emotional intelligence, you know, the emotional intelligence of a team is actually higher than adding up the individual EQs, in a sense. So there's something about that human collaborative effort which I think is really interesting. So I think those are the spaces where I'd be looking for us to gain learning, with some of the other building blocks being augmented, I suppose is that word, isn't it?
When I think about this zone, I think about three fundamental literacies that we might use as a kind of organizing taxonomy. So, to my mind, not just for research, but for learning in general, you want to have nowadays a certain basis in technological literacy, meaning that it's important to have an understanding of these tools, particularly as they continue to proliferate and make their way into all the domains of learning, all the domains of work, all the domains of society. Maybe it wasn't necessary generations ago to understand how a television worked. You just enjoyed it. Yeah. But these days, because of the complexity and the utility of the technology, maybe makes sense to have a baseline education. The second literacy I might propose is data literacy, which goes to what you just said, Wendy, which is there comes a need to be able to have real interpretive ability for all of the data that these tools produce. Number one, because they're producing a tremendously augmented amount of data. But number two, the technology is such that it's not always perfect. And you do have to retain, as you were talking about earlier, Andre, some level of control and judgment in order to really interpret the data and also set aside what false data it might propound. And then the third set that I would argue is human literacy, which encompasses some of the things that you were talking about. Creativity and collaboration. I mean, one thing we tend to under-discuss in these forums is the importance of human relations, emotions. So much of why we do things and how we see things has nothing to do with facts or logic, it has to do with feelings. And that's not something that AI can even come close to yet. How does that sound to you? Is that a good organizing taxonomy?
Very good. I totally agree with that. I would even add to that when we think about human life in general, not just the research, there are a lot of unhuman elements to human life, like repetitive tasks, for example, right? That actually, you look at a lot of, for example, manual labor, where there are lots of repetitive tasks that humans used to do before robots replaced them in digging trenches, for example, right? Things like that. That, in my opinion, is fundamentally dehumanizing when you ask people to do repetitive work that is devoid of any creativity, right? Now, and the same with intellectual work, by the way. When you look at some of those PhD students, you know, when they're sitting for years and trying to find something that is worth defending before the dissertation committee, you know, and some of them do fail with those those activities, right? And they don't even graduate as a result of that. And yet they put a lot of repetitive work into that. So let's outsource to robots all the unhuman elements of human life, right? And leave to ourselves what is fundamentally human, which is creativity, which is emotions, as you said, which is social interaction between each other. And I think that way we can become much richer as a result of using technologies. And well, I hope that technology will improve our life in that regard in infinite ways.
So let me build on that point, but let me also take a moment here to scan our room and see, just by head nods, do people have questions that they'd like to ask? Okay, so let's ask one more question of the panel. I think we have someone with Mike who can come around, and we'll open up to questions very soon. So get your questions ready, everybody. So let me ask that the question that comes to my mind, based on your point, Andre, is, can creativity be taught? If what we're saying fundamentally here in this discussion is that the process of research needs to shift, or will shift, toward more of a focus on the creative process as opposed to the, mechanistic process of research, how do you teach creativity? How does that play out?
So I think Churchill gave us that answer. Churchill said, "I'm always willing to learn, but I'm not always ready to be taught." Okay. And I think that it may be splitting hairs in terms of the word teaching. I think you can learn creativity. I think you can groom it. I think you can nurture it. I think you can create circumstances where it comes from. I think this idea that, I don't know how many times I've been asked, you're a successful entrepreneur, and you innovated things, you're a doctor, you blah, blah, blah. Can you not teach creativity to somebody? And the answer is absolutely not. But we can create circumstances. That's Napoleon, by the way. It's not necessarily the fight in the middle of it. It's creating the circumstances where the value arises. And to your point, I think that it comes back to how we organize, how we learn things in the first place. Creativity most likely is a very positive byproduct of what we're doing anyway. I think trying to teach it the same way as we teach algebra is the wrong way around it. If we think about all the things we've said so far, school is doing the opposite thing. It's telling kids that instead of asking questions, sit down, 30 people in a room, and listen to the teacher and just accept what is being taught. And if you ask questions out of turn, you have to please shut up. We asked them, we probably have organized the entire school system, and my co-author in the book we're writing about this, Joni Wagner, who studied this for a lifetime, he says, we've killed creativity by the age of 7. By the way we've just organized school. So I think if we reorganize things, you can see kids be incredibly creative. We don't have to teach it, we just need to avoid killing it.
Okay, all right. Yes.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Let me just add to what you said. I think you're spot on. You probably cannot teach creativity, but you can encourage it from the early on, right? And not kill it. Because I think that's what makes us fundamentally different from robots or even animals, right? Animals are different from humans, that they are adapting to the environment. We as humans are adapting environment to ourselves. And how do we do that? At the bottom of creativity, there is a curiosity.
Yes.
Right? Animals are not curious.
That's right.
In most cases, let's put it this way. Aside from cats, I have 2 of them. So maybe they are a little bit like humans.
We tell kids, curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah, exactly. But most animals, they're trying to adapt to the environment, right? Humans are fundamentally different. We're adapting environment to ourselves. And I think the core kind of what underpins that process is human curiosity, right? We are always pushing the boundaries, regardless what those boundaries are. Humans are such unique creatures that they would still want to know more than they do at this moment.
Yeah.
And that's what I think we need to encourage in our children. Be curious and don't stop them when they're trying to push those boundaries, right?
All right, we have two voices on the record saying, validating the need for creativity, but not saying that creativity can be taught. Wendy, what's your view? I have a view on this, but I'm going to save it till I hear yours.
So I think my colleagues in the academy would say that you can definitely teach the kind of building blocks of creativity. I think they would definitely agree with you, let's get rid of the constraints that kill it. But we used to do this thing. I did a class in the Harvard Business School, and the chap said, "What's this?" And everyone was like, because everyone was wanting to be super clever. And someone said a pen, and he went, "Okay, what else? What else?" And it went on from a weapon of torture, a weapon of this, and just kept going, because most of the creativity we are self-editing. Because is it safe to say it? Are we allowed? Will I look stupid? Will the professor think? So there's a lot of that self-editing. And so how do we create the climate that fuels and sustains our elemental curiosity, I think, and our creativity? I think that's the bit. And I see a lot of systems in education killing it, making it, the naughty step type of thing. So I'd be interested. So what do you say?
I would agree with the view that schools tend to kill creativity. And of course, all of us know the very famous talk by Sir Ken Robinson, which was titled, "Do Schools Kill Creativity?" That has been viewed millions of times around the world. At the same time, I would diverge from some of you and say that creativity can indeed be taught, the creative process. And the context by which I say that is actually in my own work leading an entrepreneurship education nonprofit, because I think there is a very keen link between the types of capabilities that are linked to entrepreneurship education and the creative process. So it starts, though, by kind of rigorously bringing together and going deeper on all of the things that you mentioned, taking advantage of people's natural motivation to address a need in their community or to solve a problem that they see in the world. It takes advantage of, entrepreneurship, particularly the fact that, unlike traditional schooling, it's a context where failure is not looked down upon so much, right? Particularly in certain Western contexts, people are expected to fail. Failure is okay. So you can take the chance to open your mind, to put something out there that may be a little bit wild, and to go with it. You can also iterate, and that's part of the creative process. And also, going back to our discussion about the emotional component of what we do as human beings, why are entrepreneurs driven? They're driven by a passion. Maybe it's a passion to make money. Maybe it's a passion to change the world. But I think there's a way to organize schooling that begins to bring these elements together and encourages a kind of development of rigor and utilization of these capabilities that eventually does translate into the creative process. So I'm diverging, but not so much, because I'm utilizing the elements that each of us called out in our responses. All right, let's go to questions, and we have a mic coming around. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, distinguished panelists, for very enriching and enlightening views. My name is Walid Al-Somali. I'm an advisor at the Ministry of Investment. And before that, I was with the Saudi Arabian oil company, Saudi Aramco, where I worked 41 years in different roles. So, two brief questions. I've been tracking and monitoring and reporting the progress and the performance of the Sustainable Development Goals. This country, among other countries, they are taking the implementation of SDGs very seriously at the highest levels. And even when I used to work with the oil company, SDGs have always been looked at and considered. So there is, a few years ago, there is a currently at a ranking system called Impact, which was sort of developed by the Times Higher Education ranking system that ranks universities around 800 plus on how successful they are in implementing the SDGs, including the research enterprise in these universities. And these universities, including ours here, are taking this ranking very seriously because it's an international ranking and they see interest from the government on SDGs. Yet I've sensed personally there's some sort of a caution from some of you panelists about how these goals are actually relate to the research enterprise in developing research. So I would like to hear your thoughts about this ranking if possible. Do you think it's universities here in the Kingdom needs to look at and consider? The other question is something that we have been challenged, not only in the Middle East in general, is about translation. Translating research and innovation into impact. Commercialization has always been a challenge. How best we take an idea from the lab all the way to the market. So we do publications, we do patenting, we do a lot of accomplishments. Yet commercializations of innovation and research has always been a challenge. What is your words of wisdom for us in the Kingdom that can help us translate research and innovation outcomes into impact, into startups, technology that we can license, to inventions in the market? That area needs to be looked at by us seriously. So I'd like to hear your thoughts. Thank you very much, and my apologies for it.
Oh, not at all. Thank you. Wonderful questions. I mean, my quick answer to your second question would be, I feel like there is a well-established model. It's that three-legged stool and social compact we were talking about earlier of every national government needs to be quite thoughtful about the integration of government providing support and resources so that researchers can take chances, that universities need to not only invest in knowledge creation, but really within their institutions, a robust knowledge translation and research translation enterprise. And number three, you can't ignore the role of the private sector, and you have to break down whatever barriers you can to facilitate the encouragement of private sector partners within your country. What are your quick thoughts on that?
I mean, I'll give you an answer. I'll start with that one, the innovation. So I think when you look at the innovation ecosystem, what often happens is you have certain assets which relate to innovation, but they're not drawn together, and the sort of architecture among those assets is not optimized. So we had just that situation in the southwest of England. We had lots of pockets of activity, and we actually drew it together in what we called a growth acceleration investment network, which was an ecosystem from incubation through to SMEs. And yes, government, universities and business were working together to drive economic growth, but we also brought in the community. That was the fourth leg of the stool that made it more stable. So I think I would say look at the assets of the innovation and make sure you've got an ecosystem that's allowing them to communicate among those assets to create the value. The second thing you asked was about the SDGs. And so I think what it's not a reluctance, and I fully endorse what Times Higher has done and Phil Beatty, identifying that impact ranking. I think what it's doing, it is raising the sort of interest among universities, particularly presidents, and I was one. When you say ranking, presidents lean in. So it's definitely raising the university's eyes towards the work that they are doing that can contribute to accelerating progress towards a world that leaves no one behind. And we know that progress stalled during COVID necessarily, but also we're behind on lots of other indicators. So I think it's definitely raising the profile of the work of universities towards that construct. I think the reluctance you're hearing is these were designed back in 2015. That feels like that's centuries ago, given the pace of change. They're looking to finish in 2030. so much has happened that isn't captured. They are imperfect. We design them collectively, so they're imperfect. There are things that are in there, the assumptions around economic growth. So we can, if we went round again, we could do them better. So what I'm saying is, yes, use them, but don't let them be the only thing in terms of the territory, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Do either of you have any quick thoughts on how Saudi Arabia can do its best job to lower barriers for the private sector to become a true partner with the government and with academic institutions?
Do you want to? Sure. So maybe an example from my original home country, Denmark. So Denmark in the late 90s took a chance, not too dissimilar from the Saudi sovereign fund, but it was a very different perspective. The goal was to support startups and innovation. So they've made over 10,000 investments by now. Interestingly enough, and anecdotally, we were the first who actually paid back a little bit in my first company to one of their early investments, one of the first where they actually made any money out of it. Later, 20 years later, we became the largest they've ever made. And this is one of the things that leads to some of the good examples as answers to your question, which is it leads to a very concrete example of Porter's cluster theory. That one of the biggest robotics clusters are in a small town in Denmark with 100,000 people called Odense. Nobody's ever heard about it. But that's the one where all collaborative robots in the world have been invented, like well, more or less all of them at least. Most of the patents are there, and it's one of the biggest drivers of economic growth. But I do think that with some reflection, we're not nearly the size of the economy of Saudi Arabia, but there was a difference in the approach thinking. Maybe we make a lot of smaller bets. I think they also can get too small, but we make a lot of smaller bets. We do it deliberately in innovation and maybe not get so big that you have to do the same as the private equity and the other investors, where you have to invest in so big chunks that you have a risk of being predictable. And I think part of the difference here is, to the point of the many-year CEO of the Danish Sovereign Fund, he said, we are the most successful one, and how do we become that? We actually took a lot more risk.
Thank you. Andre?
Your question was about why commercialization doesn't work in Saudi Arabia as good as it could be, right? If I correctly understood your question. I would give the answer to that the following way. I would say you can divide all the reasons for that into a few layers. The first one is like a first degree reasons for that. And there you have to simply look at, honestly, if there is a demand for commercialization in locally, in the national economy and beyond. And then also look if there is an adequate supply of those inventions, right? When we talk about the demand, I mean, are there enough companies in Saudi Arabia who make money out of those inventions? And is there a market locally or maybe globally for those inventions? If there is a demand for oil, we can see that Saudi Arabia has become the largest, or maybe the second largest, exporter for something that there is a demand for. In the same way with inventions, it's also, in some ways, I could call it an intellectual commodity, a patent, right? For a patent to become a critical piece of commercial activity, you need that patent to convert into a process of creating a product out of that invention, right? And then the product has to become popular. So the patent can only be, the commercialization, the process of commercialization becomes viable and important only in the context of the growing demand. If Saudi Arabia will eventually become an exporter of different technology products, that's where inventions start playing a role. But at the same time, you also have to look at the supply. Are those inventions actually making a big difference in creating the new generation of products? When you look at Silicon Valley, that's where IP, commercialization, all of that plays a huge role. Why? Simply because they have no oil. They have nothing. They only have a bunch of smart people who can invent something without even sometimes turning it into patents, but they go directly into turning them into products, right? And those forces of supply and demand for commercialization activity are at the foundation of making patents or commercialization process itself something important. And I believe in Saudi Arabia, the amount of effort that the government is now putting now finally treating it seriously is going to produce those results. It's just a question of time when we get a new generation of young scientists here who will be embedded into the global economy. And eventually, you know, in my opinion, it will create a huge demand and huge supply. But we just have to keep doing what, you know, the government has been doing it here.
On that note, quick words of wisdom, 10 seconds each, for our Saudi colleagues as it pertains to research and innovation.
Don't forget, education is important. It's not sufficient, but it's necessary. And not just more of the past, the new words.
Thank you, Wendy.
I mean, I would say express your evident curiosity as much as possible so that you can thrive in these VUCA times, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. That's what it's about. Innovation is the answer.
And with those words of wisdom, I'm anticipating the gong. Where's the gong? I was trying, there we are. I was trying to engineer a right on time moment. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our audience and to those watching. Wonderful discussion.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
you.